It all started with a letter. My name is Leo Vargas. I am a sports journalist specializing in investigations. My source, who signed up as Whistle, sent me a video. The Dolphins team's night training session in an empty gym. The players moved with unnatural speed. Their eyes were glassy, and strange bracelets with sensors sparkled on their wrists. At the end of the video, there are shots of a morgue. 3 bodies in black bags with Eurobasket 23 tags. I started digging. The Dolphins are a modest club that suddenly made it to the finals last season. Their main sponsor is VitaCore, a company that produces dietary supplements for athletes. The CEO, Dr. Rainer Schultz, is a former military surgeon who resigned after a scandal involving experiments on prisoners. I got a job at the Dolphins under the guise of a physical fitness coach. The first thing that caught my eye was the special diet of the players. Every morning they received capsules in black blisters without markings. When I asked the team doctor, Dr. Eliza Martinez, about this, she smiled. This is a secret VitaCore development. Increases stamina. Without doping, of course. But that same night, I snuck into the medical office. In the refrigerator, among the ampoules with vitamins, I found a bottle with the inscription XC12. The instructions contain a warning: side effects, aggression, hallucinations, tissue necrosis. The next day, I decided to talk to the captain of the team, Mario Ribera. He avoided his gaze, his fingers trembling. Leave before it's too late. They're watching. In the evening, Mario was found in the locker room with his veins cut. In his hand was a crumpled piece of paper. They implanted them in us. Main plot, beginning, 7,000 character. After Ribera's death, the Dolphins withdrew from the tournament. The official reason is tragic circumstances. But I knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. A week later, Svistek called me. A voice distorted by a disguiser. Look for the VitaCore clinic in Zone 8. There are answers. Zone 8 turned out to be a closed industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The clinic was disguised as a warehouse. I made my way inside through the ventilation. A laboratory smelling of formalin and copper. The cages contain experimental dogs with spinal implants. The monitors show the indicators of Eurobasket players: pulse, adrenaline, aggression. Suddenly, a siren sounded. I hid in the closet, watching through the crack. Dr. Schultz entered the room with 2 guards. The XC12 sample has failed, he said, examining the man's corpse on the table. The neuro-implant overheated, causing organ failure. Increase the cooling for the next test subjects. The guards took out the body. Schultz took out his phone. Yes, the board of directors is aware. We need to speed up team integration before the Eurobasket finals. I took a picture of the documents on the table. Contracts with the Basketball Federation, reports on the testing of players. Suddenly, the phone whistle vibrated in my pocket. Geolocation is open. I was grabbed when I tried to get out through the fire exit. The guards injected me with a tranquilizer dose. I woke up in a white room, chained to a chair. In front of me are Dr. Schultz and Elisa Martinez. You've ruined 6 months of our work, Eliza said. But now you will become part of the experiment. She injected me with XC12. The world exploded with pain. I felt like something metallic was being screwed into the base of my skull. The implant synchronizes your brain with the system, Schultz explained. You will see what we see, to hear what we hear. And tomorrow you will go to the playground in the Dolphins uniform. The implant burned his brain like a red-hot needle. I tried to move my arm, but my muscles wouldn't work. They just twitched in time to the clicks from the speaker above my head. Test number 1. Motor functions. Schultz's voice came from the speakers. My hand rose of its own accord, clenched into a fist, and hit the armrest of the chair. The bone cracked, but there was no pain. Just cold clarity. Great. Exceive 12 blocks pain receptors. Let's move on to cognitive control. The screen in front of me lit up with footage of the Dolphins vs. Spartan match. My body suddenly jumped up, my legs carried me to the door. I screamed inside, but my mouth wouldn't open. You are a tool. You're perfect. The voice in my head sounded like my own, but it was his voice. Schultz. I was taken to a secret facility under the Eurobasket Stadium. In the underground complex, dozens of players in identical overalls trained under the supervision of doctors. Their movements were synchronized, like puppets. A new batch, Schultz pointed to the cages with people. Homeless, illegal immigrants. Perfect test subjects. They will soon be replaced by those who are more obedient. In the locker room, I met Sarah, a defender from the Norwegian national team. Her left arm was covered with sores, and her eyes were glittering madly. They're implanting chips through vaccines. She whispered as the guards turned away. We are gods at matches. And after. She was interrupted by a blow from a baton. The guard was dragging Sarah to the elevator when she broke free and shouted, "Look for frequency 467. I stole a seismograph from the lab last night." Sarah was talking about radio waves, perhaps a way to jam the implant. In the bathroom, with trembling hands, I set the device to 467 megahertz. The implant howled. For a second, the control weakened. I was able to pull out of my pocket the sharpener hidden in the seam of my shoe. Attempted sabotage, Schultz's voice says over the speakers. Activate the Omega protocol. Muscles cramped. I fell down, watching the guards running towards me. Suddenly, Sarah jumped out of the shadows with a fire extinguisher. Foam filled the hallway, giving me a second to escape. Lift to level B3. She pushed me down the shaft. There's a transmitter in there. It will kill their network, and us. The elevator crashed down. On B3, there is a server room with a giant antenna. I connected the seismophone by activating the frequency. The screen blinked. The implants are deactivated. Self-destruct in 5 minutes. The guards rushed in. I fought like a beast, using the skills imposed by the implant. Their blood mixed with mine, but I made it to the exit. The Eurobasket final was raging above. The players infected with XC-12 moved with superhuman precision. The audience was screaming in delight, not noticing how someone from the stands was bleeding from their ears. I burst into the playground with the transmitter. Turned on the 467 megahertz frequency. The players froze. One by one, they fell, writhing in fits. The implants overheated, leaving burns on the skin. Schultz ran out of the VIP box with a pistol. You've destroyed years of work. You have turned sports into a massacre. I threw the transmitter at his feet. The antenna exploded. The wave knocked out the lights in the stadium. In the chaos, I disappeared into the crowd, wiping the blood from my face. A month later, I published an investigation. Vitacor went bankrupt, but Schultz disappeared. The Eurobasket players who are still alive are silent. Their lawyers refer to the confidentiality of treatment. Sometimes I feel itchy at the base of my skull. Doctors say it's a phantom pain. But at night, in the silence, I hear clicks. You are a tool. You're perfect. Leo Vargas was sitting in an underground studio on the outskirts of the city, staring at a screen with a stream of encrypted data. After the publication of the investigation, his face flashed in every news release, but the fame did not last long. A week later, all mentions of Vitacor disappeared from search engines, and key witnesses began to die under strange circumstances. "They're back," the hooded woman said, entering the room. It was Kira, a former Vitacor IT specialist, who escaped with a hard drive full of blueprints. The new project is called Phoenix. They use stadiums as distribution points. Spreading what? Leo squinted at the neural interface circuits. The virus. modified XCV12. It is transmitted through the sweat glands. The audience gets infected without even touching the players. She included a video from the test arena in Eastern Europe. The crowd chanted, and then, as if on cue, fell silent. People froze with empty eyes, then began to move synchronously, like robots. The goal is mass control. Eurobasket is just a cover. Leo infiltrated the maintenance staff of the Global Arena Stadium, where the final was to be held. His task is to install repeaters that jam the virus signal. But everything didn't go according to plan. In the tunnel under the stands, he came across Kira's body. Her throat had been slit, and there was blood on the wall. Frequency 467 is dead. In her hand, she clutched a USB stick labeled Phoenix Protocol. During the night, Leo hacked into the stadium's server system. Phoenix's data turned out to be worse than he thought. The virus was embedded in DNA, making the carrier's live antennas. By infecting 10% of the population, the system started a chain reaction. "Hi, Leo," Schultz's voice came over the speakers. "Do you still believe that you can save them?" A live broadcast appeared on the screen. The players of the final teams in an underground bunker. Devices resembling ventilators were connected to their spines. They are the first repeaters. In an hour, millions will become part of the network. And you too. Leo found a laboratory under the arena. Inside there are dozens of capsules with people connected to neural interfaces. Among them was a boy of about 12, the son of the mayor of the city, who disappeared a month ago. Volunteers. Leo grinned, hiding the flash drive with the virus in the ventilation. The best donors. Schultz came out of the shadows, holding a taser. Their brains are cleaner. The signal is stronger. Leo yanked on the liquid nitrogen hose. The jet hit Schultz in the face. The skin cracked, exposing titanium implants. "Are you a cyborg?" Leo recoiled. Prototype. Schultz stood up, mechanical tendons creaking. "Phoenix is an evolution. Resistance is useless." Leo activated the repeaters. The 467 MHz frequency hit Schultz's implants, disabling the sensors. He froze, giving Leo time to connect the flash drive to the main server. The virus has been removed. Green text flashed on the screen. The system is disabled. But it was too late. The first spectators were already entering the stands, their pupils dilated, their movements sharp and precise. Leo went down into an underground tunnel under an abandoned subway station, where, according to Kira, the Phoenix laboratory was located. The air was thick with the smell of chlorine and rotting flesh. The walls were covered with strange black spots. On closer inspection, they turned out to be colonies of fungus, pulsating in time with the sounds of ventilation. Secret number 1. Biological weapons. In the first laboratory, he found cells with hybrids. Not humans or animals, but creatures with scaly skin and empty eye sockets. The signs have dates and codes. Project Chimera. Fusion of the DNA of virus carriers with deep-sea marine organisms. One of the samples was still breathing. His hand, which looked more like a fin, twitched, scratching the glass. Leo stepped on something soft. The flashlight picked out the lab assistant's corpse from the darkness. His face was turned inside out, as if the skin had been carefully peeled off and sewn back with metal wire stitches. There is a dictaphone in the dead man's hand. Last entry. They made us eat the fungus. They said it would strengthen the connection with the implants. Now it's growing inside. A wheeze interrupted the scream. Secret number 2. Control through DNA. In the next room, rows of test tubes glowed green. There is a video on the monitor. Scientists manually inject the virus into embryos. Caption: Omega generation. 100% susceptibility to control through genetic modification. There were jars of fetuses on the shelves, and some had camera lenses instead of eyes. Leo heard crying. A 5-year-old girl was sitting in the corner, clutching a bear cub to her chest. Her skin was transparent, and a beating heart could be seen through her ribs. "Help!" She held out her hand. Leo took a step closer, and the girl exploded, releasing a swarm of insects with metal wings. They dug into his neck, poisoning his mind with hallucinations. Secret number 3. Live networks. Having barely reached the server room, Leo discovered the brain of the system, a giant organ connected to wires. It was a human brain, enlarged to an incredible size and pulsing in a nutrient solution. A name popped up on the screen: Dr. Emil Voss, co-founder of VitaCore. His body died in 1999, but his consciousness was transferred to this flesh. My brain started pounding, and a roar came out of the speakers. "Leo, you've become part of a great whole," Voss's voice hissed. The walls of the reservoir burst, releasing tentacles from the neurons. They wrapped around Leo, digging into the implant. He felt other people's memories overriding his mind. Executions of villages in Africa, tests on political prisoners, children screaming in operating rooms. Secret number 4. Mass mopping up. Leo broke away after finding a report stamped, approved by the UN Security Council, in his desk drawer. Phoenix was not a madman project, but a government program. The files pointed to secret clinics in war zones, where entire cities were turned into test subjects. He hid in the elevator, but the cabin collapsed into the shaft. As he fell, the door opened slightly, and Leo saw a farm. Hundreds of people chained to machines, their mouths stretched by tubes feeding fungus. A crystal synthesizing a DNA virus was sticking out of everyone's chest. Leo activated the backup frequency, blowing up the server frequency. The fire engulfed the laboratory, but the radio sounded. "The Ascension Protocol has been activated." Transition to the stage of contamination through the atmosphere. He climbed to the surface, watching as black rain clouds fell from the sky. The first drops left burns on the asphalt. In his pocket he found an ampoule with the inscription "Antidote." "The Last Hope." But the label was marked with the same logo as the jars with embryos. Leo stood on the roof of an abandoned skyscraper, watching black clouds block out the sun. Rain from the virus fell on the city, leaving smoking craters on the asphalt. People ran for cover, but their screams subsided as soon as the drops touched their skin. They froze, their eyes flickered with a bluish light, and their fingers began to twitch to the rhythm of an invisible metronome. The fungus released by the lab explosion has already mutated. It grew through concrete, entwined corpses and the living, turning them into translators of the Phoenix network. The streets were filled with hybrids, those who managed to get infected first. Their skin was covered with chitinous plates, their jaws spread like snakes, and their voices merged into a mechanical chorus. "We. United. We. Perfect." Leo went down to the underground bunker where the last of the uninfected were hiding. Among them is a child with immunity, a girl named Alice, whose blood accidentally blocked the virus. Her DNA was the key to salvation, but the antidote injected by Leo made him a threat. You're one of them." A woman in the crowd poked at him with a knife, seeing the pupil slits. Leo didn't resist. The blade entered his stomach, but the wound healed in seconds. The antidote did not cure. It rebuilt the body, making it part of the system. "I can stop them," he whispered to Alice. "But I need your blood." The girl nodded, holding out her hand. The syringe trembled in his fingers as he filled it. The surface was in chaos. The army bombarded the hybrids with napalm, but the fire only fueled the fungus. The Phoenix evolved faster than bullets. Leo made his way to the main antenna on the TV tower. Every drop of his blood contained a killer virus capable of reprogramming the network. But in order to launch it, contact was needed with the core of the system, the brain of Voss, which now existed in the data cloud. He connected the syringe with Alice's blood to the transmitter. The screen flashed, antigen loading, 10%. The hybrids sensed the threat. They stormed the tower, climbing the walls like spiders. Leo shot at them, but for every one he killed, 10 new ones came. "You're a traitor," Voss's voice boomed in his mind. "We have given you immortality." "The immortality of a slave?" Leo put the last bullet in the server. "I choose freedom." The download is 100%. Activation. The explosion of the antigen wave burned out the network. The hybrids collapsed dead, the fungus crumbled to dust, and the clouds dispersed. But the price was high. The antigen killed everything genetically modified, including Leo. He sat at the foot of the tower, watching as his skin cracked, exposing the metal tendons. Alice clung to him, crying. He smiled, wiping the blood from her face. "You're free now." His body crumbled into ashes. Alice was left alone in a dead city, where the wind carried the ashes of millions. It's been 5 years. The survivors built settlements on the ruins, surrounding them with walls of charred fungus. Alice became a scientist. She's looking for a way to restore humanity's DNA, but the pure blood samples are disappearing. At night, she hears radio interference, signals too complex for the surviving transmitters. A screen flashes in a secret laboratory under the ruins of Vita Core. The inscription, "The Phoenix 2.0 protocol has been activated. Reincarnation in 72 hours. A shadow moves in a dark corner. A man with vertical pupils is typing a code on a keyboard. His face is hidden, but there is an L-shaped burn scar on his arm. What's happening now? The world is divided into zones. Scorched deadlands ruled by mutated animals and outposts of people slowly going mad with fear. Phoenix is not dead. It is waiting for new leaders to repeat the mistakes of the past. And in the depths of the abandoned laboratories, the clock is ticking until the next cataclysm. My name is Jacob Reynolds, and I never thought that my life would turn into a nightmare from which there is no escape. It all started when I lost my job. The economic crisis hit our city, and my construction company went bankrupt. I was left penniless, with a mortgage that I had nothing to pay, and a family that needed to be fed. My wife, Sarah, tried to support me, but I saw her eyes fill with fear every time I returned home empty-handed. Our savings were melting like snow in the sun, and I knew I had to do something. That's when I heard about the mine. The old coal mine, abandoned back in the 70s, was a few hours away from the city. Locals said that you can still find remnants of equipment there that can be sold for scrap. Some even claimed that there were coal deposits in the mine that could be mined manually. It sounded like a chance to me. A chance to earn at least something to last another month. I packed up my old gear, a helmet with a flashlight, gloves, a pickaxe, and a backpack. Sarah begged me not to go, saying it was too dangerous, but I was sure I could handle it. I wasn't going to go down deep, just explore the upper levels, find something valuable, and come back. I was so wrong. It took 3 hours to get to the mine. I parked the car on the side of the road and walked through the dense forest. The air was humid and heavy, and there was a silence that seemed unnatural. The mine looked as if it had been torn out of another time. The rusty rails leading to the entrance, the collapsed wooden pillars, and the huge gates that were probably locked once. Now they were just hanging on one hinge, creaking in the wind. I turned on the flashlight and went inside. The air was cold and damp, and it smelled of mold and rust. The walls of the mine were covered with black dust, which settled on everything I touched. I walked slowly, lighting the way with a flashlight. For the first few minutes, everything seemed relatively safe. I found a few pieces of metal that could be sold, and I was already starting to think it was a good idea. But the deeper I got, the more I felt that something was wrong. The mine was like a maze, with endless tunnels that branched off in different directions. I tried to memorize the way by leaving marks on the walls, but after a while I realized that I was lost. The light started flashing, and I felt fear squeeze my chest. I decided to turn back, but then I heard a sound. It was a dull thud, as if someone was hitting metal somewhere deep in the mine. I froze. The sound was repeated, closer this time. My heart started pounding and I felt sweat trickle down my back. I shouted, "Who's there?" But there was no response. There was only silence, which seemed even more ominous than the sound. I decided to follow the sound. Stupid, yes, but I couldn't just stand still. The further I walked, the stronger the smell became. At first I thought it was just rot, but then I realized it was something else. Something metallic, sharp, like blood. I stopped when I saw the light. Dim, flickering, as if from a candle. I came closer and I saw a room. Rather, it was not a room, but a small room cut right out of the rock. The walls were covered with rusty chains, and there were bits of rope and rags on the floor. There was a table in the center with a candle burning on it. Next to her were tools. Scissors, pliers, something resembling medical forceps. But what struck me most was what I saw on the wall. They were photographs. Dozens, if not hundreds, of photographs pinned to the wall. There were people on them. Men, women, even children. Some were smiling, others looked scared. I got closer and saw that each photo had a date and a name on it. My heart skipped a beat when I realized that these weren't just photos. They were trophies. I felt my legs give out, and I grabbed the table to steady myself. At that moment, the candle went out, and I was left in total darkness. The lantern flickered once more and went out completely. I froze, trying to calm my breathing. Footsteps sounded somewhere in the darkness. Slow, heavy steps, as if someone was walking on gravel. I tried to move backwards, but I tripped over something soft. His hands found a cloth, and then something wet and sticky. I jerked my hand away as if I'd been burned. The footsteps were getting closer. I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't work. Suddenly, a light came on somewhere nearby. It was a flashlight, but not mine. It was hanging on the wall, illuminating part of the room. I saw a body lying on the floor. It was naked, with many wounds and bruises. His face was contorted with pain, but I recognized him anyway. It was the man from one of the photos. The one who was smiling. I wanted to scream, but the sound stuck in my throat. The footsteps stopped right behind me. I felt someone's breath touching my neck. A voice, hoarse and low, whispered, "You shouldn't have come here." I rushed forward without thinking about the direction. My legs carried me through the tunnels. I stumbled, fell, but got up and ran on. I could hear footsteps behind me, but I didn't look back. I knew that if I stopped, I would die. After a few minutes, I came across a fork in the road. One tunnel led up, the other down. I chose the one that was up, hoping that it would bring me to the surface. But the further I went, the stronger the smell became. It tasted sweet, like rotten fruit mixed with metal. I stopped when I saw the light. It wasn't a lantern, but daylight coming through a crack in the ceiling. I ran up to her and started climbing up, clinging to the rocks. When I got to the surface, I realized that this was not the place where I had entered. I was on the other side of the mountain, in a dense forest. I ran blindly until I collapsed from exhaustion. Her body was trembling, and her heart was pounding as if it wanted to burst out of her chest. I lay down on the ground and closed my eyes, trying to calm down, but then I heard a voice. He was quiet, almost a whisper, but I understood every word. "Did you think you could escape?" I opened my eyes and saw him. He was standing a few meters away from me, holding a knife in his hand. He was a man in his 40s, with gray hair and cold eyes. He was wearing a robe like a miner's, but it was covered with spots that I didn't want to look at closer. I tried to get up, but he was faster. He lunged at me and we fell to the ground. I fought with all my might, but he was stronger. His hands were clutching my throat, and his eyes were looking at me with a strange calmness. I felt my consciousness begin to fade, but then my hand found a stone. I hit him with all my might, and he let go of me. I jumped up and ran without looking back. The forest was dense, and branches whipped at my face, but I didn't stop. I ran until I saw the road. It was an old primer, but for me it seemed like a salvation. I ran along it, hoping that someone would pass by. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of an engine. It was a truck. I walked out into the middle of the road and started waving my arms. The driver stopped, and I saw that he was an elderly man with a beard. He looked tired, but kind. "What's wrong, kid?" he asked. "Help me," I gasped. "They're in the mine. He tried to kill me." The man frowned. "The mine? Are you talking about the old Blackstone mine?" I nodded. "You're not the first one to escape," he said. "But you're the first survivor." He opened the door and motioned for me to sit down. I got in the cab and we drove off. I could feel the tension starting to subside, but then the man said, "Do you know who he is? The one in the mine?" I shook my head. "His name is Elias Gray. He was a miner until he lost his mind. They say he killed his family and then hid in a mine. The police searched for him, but they never found him. He's like a ghost. He appears when he wants to, and disappears when he needs to." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Why is he doing this?" I asked. The man shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Maybe he just loves it. Or maybe he thinks that the mine is his home, and everyone who goes there is his guest." We reached the city, and the man dropped me off at the police station. I went inside and told him everything that had happened. They listened to me, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Who would believe that a maniac lives in an old mine? The police were skeptical of my story. They asked questions that sounded like I was the prime suspect. Why did you go to the mine at all? What were you looking for? Did you kill that man? I tried to explain that I was there alone, that I just wanted to find something valuable to feed my family, but their faces remained stony. In the end, they said they would check the information, but I knew those were empty words. They didn't believe me. I returned home, but I couldn't find peace. I dreamed about the mine every night. I saw Elias Gray, his cold eyes, his knife, which he held as if it were an extension of his hand. I saw the bodies he had left in his room, their faces contorted with pain. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, and Sarah would ask what was wrong with me. I couldn't tell her. I didn't want her to be afraid. But after a few days, I realized that I couldn't just leave it. I couldn't live knowing that there was a man in the mine who was killing people and no one was trying to stop him. I decided to come back. Not alone, of course. I found 2 guys I used to work with. They were tough, strong, and I knew I could rely on them. I told them everything I had seen, and they agreed to help. We gathered equipment, lanterns, ropes, knives in case we had to defend ourselves. We didn't intend to kill, but we didn't want to become victims either. When we arrived at the mine, it was already dark. The forest around them was quiet, with only the wind rustling the leaves. We went inside, and I immediately felt fear squeeze my chest. But I couldn't show it. We walked slowly, lighting the way with lanterns. I led them to the room where I had seen the photographs and the body. When we got there, the room was empty. The photos were gone, and so was the body. There were only bloodstains on the floor, which someone had tried to wipe away. My friends looked at me suspiciously. "Are you sure you remember everything correctly?" Mike, one of them, asked. "I couldn't make it up," I replied. "He was here. And he knows we're here." We decided to split up. Mike and his brother, Tom, went into one tunnel, and I went into another. I knew it was stupid, but I wanted to find something that would prove my point. I walked slowly, lighting the way with a flashlight. A few minutes later, I heard a scream. It was Mike. His voice sounded like he was in agony. I ran towards the sound, but by the time I got there, it was too late. Mike was lying on the floor, his throat slit. Tom was standing over him, holding a knife in his hand. His eyes were blank, as if he didn't understand what was going on. What did you do?" I whispered. Tom looked at me, and I saw that his face was distorted with horror. He forced me," he said. "He said if I didn't do it, I'd die." I felt my legs give out. Elias was here. He played with us like a cat with a mouse. I wanted to run away, but then Tom rushed at me. We fell to the floor, and I felt his knife scratch my arm. I fought with all my might, but he was stronger. His eyes were wild, as if he wasn't in control of himself. "He said you were next," he whispered. "He said you should die." I punched him in the face, and he let go of me. I jumped up and ran without looking back. The flashlight fell out of my hands, and I was left in total darkness. I ran, stumbling over rocks, until I hit a wall. I felt something cold touching my neck. It was a knife. "Did you think you could escape?" Elias's voice whispered. "Did you think you could stop me?" I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the worst, but then a gunshot rang out. The knife fell to the floor, and I heard Elias screaming in pain. I opened my eyes and saw a policeman standing in the tunnel. He had a gun in his hand, and several other people were standing behind him. "It's over, Gray," he said. "You're under arrest." Elias laughed. His laugh was hoarse, as if he hadn't used his voice in a long time. "Do you think you can stop me?" he said. "The mine is my home, and I will always be here." The police grabbed him and handcuffed him. I stood trembling and watched him being led away. But I knew it wasn't over. Elias Gray was not just a man. He was the embodiment of the horror that lived in this mine. And I knew he would come back. The police took Elias Gray away, but I didn't feel any relief. His words stuck in my mind like poisonous thorns. The mine is my home, and I will always be here. I knew it wasn't just a threat. It was a promise. After a few days, I tried to get back to normal. Sarah was glad that I was alive, but I could see her looking at me warily, as if I had brought with me some of the horror I had left in the mine. I couldn't sleep. Every night I dreamed of tunnels, photographs on the walls, Elias's eyes, cold and empty. I could hear his voice even when I was in complete silence. The police conducted a search in the mine. They found the room where I had seen the photos, but it was empty. No bodies, no footprints, nothing. Elias was silent during the interrogations. He just sat there and smiled, as if he knew something they didn't. He was found guilty of the murders, but there was little evidence. Just my testimony and Mike's body, which was found in the mine. Tom was gone. He was never found. I thought it was over. But one night I woke up to a sound. It was a knock on the door. Slow, rhythmic, as if someone was playing a melody. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. No one. I opened the door and saw a box on the threshold. It was wrapped in black paper and tied with a rope. I brought it inside and opened it. There was a photo inside. I was on it. I was standing in the shaft, illuminated by the dim light of a lantern. On the back was written, "Did you think you could escape?" I threw the photo on the floor and felt my heart start pounding. It was him. Elias. But how? He was in prison. I called the police, but they said he was still behind bars. I didn't believe them. The next night, the knock came again. This time there was a rope in the box, dirty, with bloodstains, and a note, "You know what to do." I didn't sleep all night. I was sitting in the kitchen with a knife in my hand, waiting for the door to open and he would come in. But nothing happened. In the morning, I decided to go to the prison. I wanted to see his face. I wanted to make sure he was still there. When I arrived, I was told that Elias Gray had died. He hanged himself in his cell. They found him this morning. I didn't believe it. It was a trick. He couldn't die. He wasn't the type to give up. I returned home, but I couldn't calm down. Every night the knocking was repeated. There was something new in the box every time. A photograph, a rope, a knife. And every time there's a note, "Did you think you could escape?" One night I couldn't stand it. I took the knife and left the house. I went to the mine. I knew he was there. I knew he was waiting for me. It was in my aunt's old house near Novosibirsk. I came to sort out the trash after her death. I found a box of VHS tapes in the basement. One had the inscription, "Masha, 6 years old, birthday." I turned on the old TV. First, the usual home shooting. Cake, balls, guests. Then the camera flickered, showing a window. Behind the glass is an adult man in a fur hat and a military uniform from the 40s. He stood without blinking, holding a doll with gouged eyes in his hands. The aunt on the recording screamed, "Turn it off, for God's sake, turn it off." The tape ended. The next morning, I found the doll under the porch. Her dress smelled of musty shag, with fresh blood. When I tried to burn it, I heard children laughing from the well. The bucket with the chain was gone. At night now I can hear iron scraping stones somewhere deep under the house, and fragments of film floating in puddles by the barn. And yesterday the chalk letters appeared on the wall, "Return the film." But all the cassettes have been in the oven for a week. Except for one thing. I didn't touch the one in the VCR. She's still there. And now, while I'm talking to you, I can hear the old TV's motor starting up in an empty room on the second floor. He's showing me. He's sitting in front of a blue screen. Behind him, the shadows from the tape are moving. Masha in a torn dress is leading that soldier by the hand. His boots leave bloody footprints on the carpet from the 1970s. I was wrong. All these ghosts turned out to be someone's sick game. When I went up to the second floor, the TV was really working, but there was no tape inside. Instead, there was a miniature projector with a timer. Someone switched the tapes while I was rummaging in the basement. The soldier from the recording? He turned out to be Masha's grandfather, who disappeared in 1943 near Stalingrad. His uniform is an exact copy of the uniform of the penal battalion. My aunt had been bringing war artifacts into the house for decades, buying them from black diggers. I found some notes in her diary. That man called again. He says he found his father's personal belongings. He demands twice as much for his silence. The doll with the gouged eyes is part of the collection. It was planted to intimidate me. Is there blood on the dress? Pork. And in the well. There was no bucket. I found an old trench leading to a neighbor's plot. They've been suing my aunt over the land for decades. But the most disgusting thing is the film Masha, 6 years old. I found the real tape in the safe under the floor. There was no birthday party. There was a recording of an interrogation in 1997. An aunt testified against her brother, who was involved in the trafficking of artifacts. Her voice trembled. He killed that relic hunter. He buried it in the forest with the bones of soldiers. Now I understand why the house smelled of shag. Someone is smoking grandfather's tobacco under my windows, leaving boot marks, just like on the film. They think I'll find what my aunt stole. But they're in the house. Trio. Wearing masks. One holds the camera and shoots everything. Another shouts, "Where are the medallions? We know she hid them here." I locked myself in the pantry. I am writing this message while there is a connection. If you hear it, call the police. Coordinates. After 47 minutes. The man's voice, muffled, as if through a cloth. You listen to the archive recording from October 12, 2022. The identity of the deceased has not been established. The house burned down. The cause of the fire is arson. If you have any information, do you think this is the end? The hell with it. My name is Lika. I am the one who died. Burned down in the house? I escaped that night through an underground passage that even your late aunt didn't know about. The fire is a theater for cops and these freaks in masks. The real drama began when I climbed out of the trapdoor right into the cemetery outside the village. There, between the graves of the 40s, stood the same Masha's grandfather, alive, with a Kalashnikov assault rifle model 2023. It turned out he wasn't a ghost. He's just the grandson of that artifact hunter your uncle killed. The guy turned out to be chatty after a bottle of moonshine. Medallions? Yes, these are the keys to the chemical weapons depot near Nizhny Tagil. Your aunt stole them. She wanted to blackmail the generals. But I don't care about their little wars. I was looking for something else, a box marked USSR 1986. According to rumors, there are more than just medallions. My aunt wrote in her diary about samples from Pripyat. I thought it was nonsense, until I found a glass ampoule with yellow powder in the trench by the well. On the label, cesium-137. Sample April 86-inch. Now everyone is chasing me. Bandits with metal detectors, and people in chemical protection with the Rosatom logo. Yesterday, at a roadside diner, a guy with a face like a camp doctor sat down with me. You understand, such substances should not fall into the hands. Certain structures. He put a picture in his palm. I'm standing over an open ampoule, and behind me are the shadows from the surveillance cameras. Last night's shooting. I asked, what happens if I pour it into the river? He paled. Don't joke. In '86, your aunt was a nurse in the exclusion zone. She didn't just steal the samples. Now I'm sitting in an abandoned sanatorium near Tumen. There are 6 similar vials in the basement. On the wall is a map of the USSR with labels: Kiev, Pripyat, Kurgan, and my village near Novosibirsk. It looks like my aunt has created her own network. Tomorrow I'm going to the place where the well used to be. There should be a trapdoor under a layer of rusty helmets and bones. They found me. If you hear sirens wailing in the northwest of Tumen, you should know that this is not an exercise. After 15 minutes, a new voice, female, against the background of humming engines. Lika is dead. But her notes got to me. If you hear this, look for an old water tower 30 kilometers from Novosibirsk. There. The jammer beeps sharply. The beginning of the audio stream with Morse code / do not search. The tower is not just a storage facility. It's a lighthouse. They laid the transmitters in the foundation back in the 50s to mark the points for deep breath, for emergency burial. But your aunt reprogrammed the system. Medallions are not keys, they are coordinates. Each corresponds. The sound of a gunshot. Scream. The sound of feet on the iron steps. Male voice, in a whisper, with an accent. Hold her. She knows where the samples are. Female voice, intermittently. Lika, if you hear it, look for the numbers on the back of the medallions. Put them in. The sound of broken glass, in the order of Pripyat. The code is 482. A sharp blow. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the creak of the valve turning. New voice, mechanical, distorted. The Chernobyl flower object has been activated. Before detonation, 12 hours. There is a growing hum in the background, similar to a reactor pulse. The recording ends. SMS newsletter, anonymous number, 5:47 a.m. Coordinates 54.8538, 83.1061. Come before dawn. Bring the ampoules, or you'll see the sky burning. Attachment, photo of a water tower illuminated by a crimson glow. There's a fresh chalk inscription on the wall, "She's not dead." Shot, Lika in a gas mask makes his way through the ruins of the tower. In his hands is a black suitcase. She stops at the hatch with the symbol Atom 56, inserts the medallions into the slots. Sound, the sound of doors opening. A green glow rises from the hatch. Suddenly Masha's grandfather comes out of the shadows with a machine gun. Lika turns around. "I knew you would." Man rips off mask. Face is covered with radiation burn. "She's alive. Your aunt. In the mine. But now you're going to take her place." Lika abruptly throws the suitcase through the hatch. A flash of light. The camera lights up. The final .wav file on the dark web forum. Lika's voice, hoarse, background, dripping water. "They were wrong. It's not cesium. There are spores in ampoules. Black mushrooms from reactor number 4. They grow through the flesh. My aunt tried to destroy them, but they need them as weapons. If you find the tower, do not go down the hatch. And don't believe the inscriptions. She's not." Coughing with bloody wheezes. "She's not human anymore." End of communication. 1980s, my aunt, who was in her early 20s at the time, was traveling long distances between her parents' home and my uncle's. It was a transitional period for her as she had recently graduated from college and was not yet settled with my uncle. During these journeys, she would drive through several states, often traveling through desert areas where she might not see another car or gas station for hours. One day on one of her trips, my aunt noticed another vehicle slowly catching up to hers. She was listening to the radio and singing along, so she didn't notice until the other car got closer. When she glanced in the rearview mirror, She saw that the other driver was flashing their headlights and signaling for her to stop. Alarmed, my aunt slowed down and pulled over. She realized that the other car had been trying to get her attention, indicating a gas station ahead. They exchanged friendly greetings and the other driver continued on his way. Anxious and scared, Hank stepped on the gas, driving onto the highway in search of a safe place to stop and figure out what had happened. Her heart pounded as she wondered what had caused the dark car to follow her. The car behind her pulled out, signaling for her to stop. Fearing the worst, Hank began to panic, questioning what was going on. The driver gestured for her to pull over, but she felt trapped without her phone. She pressed forward, her resolve wavering. She began to doubt whether she really felt what she thought she felt. As the dark car sped up, she began to slow down. The car suddenly swerved into the oncoming lane, catching up with her aunt's vehicle. The driver smiled at her and gestured ahead, saying, "Follow me." As she looked into his eyes, she felt a sickening sensation in her stomach. The words, "Don't stop," echoed in her mind. He seemed intimidating and untrustworthy, and she noticed a couple of missing teeth in his grin. She would never forget the chills that ran down her spine. This quickly dispelled any thoughts of stopping, and she pressed down on the accelerator to escape. The driver chased her, slowing when she did. She sped up and so did he. It reached a point where he began to push her off the road. Tears welled up in her eyes as he continued to terrorize her. Alone in the middle of nowhere, after what seemed like forever, she finally saw a couple of trucks in the distance. She felt that if she could just get closer or at least stand between them, she would be safe. So, she started running, flashed her lights, honked her horn, and tried to get the truck's attention until she was close enough to them. Then, she saw a dark car slowing down and eventually disappearing from sight. She stayed with the trucks for a few hours until she felt safe enough to stop at a gas station and let out a sigh of relief. Fast forward a few years later, my aunt and uncle were married. He was a high-ranking prosecutor in Las Vegas, and she was a full-time mother to several children. Since then, I've known my aunt. She has been fascinated by TV shows like True Crime and Unsolved Mysteries, which are always on at their house. An unexpected event occurred. While my aunt was folding laundry in the kitchen and watching TV in the other room, an interview with a man discussing his tactics for victimizing people was being broadcast. As she picked up a pair of socks, the interviewer described one of the man's methods: waiting on the side of the road and following cars with his family inside. He would flash his lights and signal for them to stop, then open the hood of their car and fix their problem. The man explained that sometimes a car with a female driver would pass, and he would pursue it. My aunt continued listening, stunned by what she was hearing. Eventually, the victim stopped, and the man explained what was wrong with their car. They discussed it, and he fixed the problem by pulling some wires. They asked me if there was a problem, and I explained that my friend ran a store in the next town and would offer a fair price if they wanted to purchase something. As I spoke, my aunt slowly moved towards the living room, and I felt a sense of unease. I couldn't help but think about how I had attacked and killed people, burying their bodies somewhere in the desert. When they asked how many times this had happened, I replied that they would never be able to find all the bodies, as I couldn't even begin to count them. Maybe 2 or 3, maybe more. My aunt stood alone, staring at me with the same toothless grin that she had seen on Henry Lee that night on the highway. That day, Lucas, was a hot summer day, and I decided to go hiking. I got lost in the wilderness, walking mile after mile, until I found my way back. But when I did, I realized I was so far from my car that I had no idea which direction to head. Exhausted, I continued walking for a few more miles before finally arriving home late. At night, on a hot and sunny summer day, I was driving home after spending many hours lost in the mountains and forests. About 15 miles away from my rural home, I stopped to pick up a hitchhiker. As I started to drive, I saw a heavily built man standing on the side of the road, hitchhiking. I felt sorry for him and stopped to let him in. I didn't realize that my day's trials weren't over yet. When he entered the car, we exchanged greetings and started driving to my house, chatting casually. He told me that he was unemployed and worked as an operator on heavy construction equipment before. His arm was prosthetic, made of hard plastic with a metal hook instead of a hand, due to an accident. We continued talking about his life and work, and I felt grateful for the opportunity to help him. Despite the challenges he faced, he remained positive and optimistic. His story inspired me to keep going and not give up on my own journey. Whose house had been confiscated by the bank, he had illegally settled on his own territory. He probably hitchhiked during the day to avoid eviction by the sheriff and returned in the evening to enter the basement. Therefore, he was essentially a homeless drifter with an address. This didn't concern me at the time, but perhaps it should have. I have a repertoire of interesting stories that I enjoy telling. I dusted off one and told him a few stories to pass the time and make the journey easier. He listened politely, and I found he enjoyed talking a little too. My stories must have encouraged him because he started to tell me a strange story about himself. He started by saying that, years ago, during a severe snowstorm, according to his account, a woman had an accident on the U.S. route that passed his house. He said that he had been seriously injured in an accident and was bleeding. He went on to tell his story, explaining that the weather had been so bad and the road had been impassable. Being a construction worker, he had a plan B, and he loaded the injured woman onto the back of his truck. He then drove for 30 miles through the snowstorm, delivering her to a major hospital. It was a remarkable story indeed. I thought I was quite knowledgeable about the streets, having seen many different places in the world, including some of the more dangerous ones. I believe the author may have changed the story slightly in order to protect the people he wanted to expose. However, he has disguised his true intentions and what actually happened. In other words, I think there is a grain of truth to his story, but he has altered some details. I noticed some inconsistencies quickly, and I am able to analyze them with the help of my street smarts, which I think is another way of saying survival instinct. I think the author used a backhoe to hide the body, though I'm not sure why. I got the impression we didn't have much time to think about it because the trip was almost over. It may sound strange that I reached this conclusion, but maybe what happens next will make you agree with me. After finishing his story, we arrived at the turn leading to his house. As I pulled into the long driveway, he started making inappropriate suggestions about what he wanted to happen, even though I had already politely told him that it was none of his business. When we reached his house, the conversation ended. I was starting to feel uncomfortable, but I tried to remain calm. I realized that the situation had quickly escalated, but I knew that I needed to stay firm and not let him intimidate me. Despite his attempts to intimidate me, I remained calm and collected. He didn't back down, but he didn't physically threaten me either. Instead, he continued to stare at me with a hard, unyielding gaze. I knew that this was dangerous, and I was glad that I had chosen to remain in my car. His silence and intensity were unnerving, but I refused to be intimidated. I kept my composure and waited for him to make the next move. In the end, he got out of his car and walked away, leaving me feeling relieved and grateful for having stood my ground. Having studied self-defense, I knew that if I turned my back, he would attack. Therefore, I stood my ground and kept eye contact with him. After a few moments, he lowered his arm and got out of the car. We exchanged a few words, but I managed to defuse the situation and we went our separate ways. Although he was larger than me, he was also a builder with strong arms from hard work. His weight was an advantage in a physical confrontation, but I had a plan in case the hitchhiker proved to be aggressive. My plan was to drive into his house at high speed, knocking him unconscious through the windshield. While I hoped he might get injured, the idea was that neighbors would hear the noise of a high-speed accident and come to investigate. I also considered honking my horn, but if he intended to knock me unconscious in order to attack, it seemed unlikely that I would get the chance to do so. Wake up again. Someone so dangerous would not leave a witness who could send them to jail for the rest of their life. They were likely a career criminal. In my first encounter with this person, I learned another secret from martial arts. Never look away. Hold the gas, read the intent, and then spontaneously block or deflect the initial attack. He could see from my eyes that I was ready to fight to the death, that I was fully prepared. The situation ended when he opened the door and, not expecting anything, got out of the car. I quickly drove away from the yard, turned around, gave him one last look, and headed for the exit. I thought it was the most dangerous situation I had ever encountered. I should call the police and let them know about this person, as it's only a matter of time before they may try to hurt someone. At least the police would have a record of them, but I was worried that they wouldn't take my concerns seriously. There was no immediate threat or attack, so I didn't know what else to do. The reason I didn't want to talk about it is because the incident has passed and I wanted to move on. The police report would take up valuable time during my lunch break, and I might face skepticism or criticism for reporting something that turned out to be nothing. In retrospect, I now realize that it was a mistake. After about 10 years, the real estate seemed like a very depressing sight. It was an active crime scene. A woman from a neighboring state had moved into this house, but I didn't know it was a crime scene until one day when I drove past and saw a state police bus, 5 cruisers, and a police helicopter. Everything had been marked with crime scene tape. I thought, oh no, I should have said something. I was being lazy and more concerned about myself on the day the girl's body was found in the local pond, in a freezer inside the house. There had been dark stories about a couple abusing a young homeless girl. A couple of days after the incident, as the investigation came to an end and only a few police cars were still patrolling the area, I decided to report a strange event that had happened to me. I contacted the state police and described the situation that Captain Hook told me about the day after the event. The area was still noisy, and I suspected that the police were looking for other possible suspects, although some did appear. However, no charges were filed, and both suspects remained in prison for other charges. The last thing I heard from the police was a warning to be more careful and to report anything suspicious I see in the future. As a 25-year-old woman, I recently experienced an event that I couldn't shake off. While taking care of my boyfriend's dog, something unusual happened. My boyfriend's house is located in a remote area at the foot of a hill, surrounded by acres of land next to a busy highway. In contrast to the small rural area where I live, which is both very quiet and safe, the community is close-knit, but people tend to keep to themselves. There are a number of abandoned and dilapidated houses alongside well-maintained ones, typical of a rural area. Therefore, I did not feel unsafe when I agreed to look after my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is an 115-pound black American bulldog mix, half English Labrador, and he is all muscle. Since my boyfriend and I began dating, he has become very protective of me and my other dog, Lottie, a poodle mix weighing 57 pounds. I am a groomer, so I often give Lottie silly haircuts with bows, as one of my dogs has an intimidating appearance due to his strength. Since I cannot walk both Hennessy and Lottie together, I usually take Hennessy out for a walk alone and then return for Lottie. And I take Hennessy out for a walk by myself. We walk for about 30 minutes each, and I like to bring Hennessy along in the evening. I feel safer with him, because it's getting dark, which is important, because there was an incident about 4 nights ago. When I was out walking with La, in the middle of the walk, I had a really strange feeling that someone was watching me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I looked behind me and saw a man wearing a hoodie, standing about 30 feet away, next to an old, dilapidated house. Immediately, I thought the hoodie looked strange. I live in Northern California, and it's early August, so the temperature never drops below 87 degrees in the evenings, especially when the sun is still shining. At first, I tried to ignore the feeling, as I can be prone to paranoia after reading stories about stranger danger. As I walked, the sun set and the streets grew darker. I looked again. From time to time, I noticed a man following me, keeping a distance of about 30 feet between us. No matter what I did, he would follow. If I turned a corner, So would he. If I increased my speed, so did he. Finally, we reached a highway, and as I crossed it, a car passed us at high speed. I no longer hoped the man would increase the distance between us, but he did. It happened, and he stopped chasing me. I ran towards the house as quickly as I could, not wanting to look back, but then I heard his footsteps on the gravel. I noticed him and he started barking and growling. I tried to keep moving and, fortunately, returned to the house, slammed and locked the door. I hoped that would be the end of it, but after I closed and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard it and started barking, as they always do when someone is at the door. There was nobody outside the door, but I could speak to whoever was on the other side. The door was quite thin, so I shouted out and asked who was there over the barking I could hear. I heard a man's voice say, "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" For some reason, the way he said it was quite creepy, as if there was nothing behind it. It was as if he had rehearsed that phrase or decided to say it beforehand. I shouted back no, and asked him to leave. He was silent for a second, then he said again, "Can I meet your dog?" This time, he started turning the door handle and pressing down on the door. By then, Hennessy, my dog, realized that something was wrong and started growling. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I don't know what came over me, but I pushed Elle into the bathroom and grabbed Hennessy by the collar, holding him close to the door. He was still barking at me and I was getting frustrated. I heard a man repeat that he wanted to meet my dog and I shouted at him to leave. He stopped and then crashed into my door. I saw the door move and at that moment I unlocked it and opened it wide enough for Hennessy to get out. About halfway out, he was still going crazy and my arm started to hurt from holding him down. I could hear his teeth chattering and he was biting furiously. The man was not expecting Hennessy and stumbled back, almost fell and cursed. While he was trying to stay on his feet, he didn't even look at me. Instead, he ran up the slope as quickly as he could and disappeared from sight. I managed to pull Hennessy back and called the police to report what had happened. I never found out what the man was up to. They examined the scene and left. The guy, well, basically told me that there was nothing I could do. They took my statement and said they would contact me if anything came out. I was so grateful for that. Because of that, I snuggled up to him and cried all night because everyone realized how terrible it was. The next day, I went and bought him the biggest bone I could find at a pet store, which was almost an hour away. He deserved it, and I also got something too, I don't know why. When I didn't get to him, there were 2 dogs barking inside. I guess he didn't realize he was hearing 2 barks, or I guess, if I had had 2 dogs. There were 2 dogs that looked like my furry one. I mean, he wasn't afraid of the poodle. I'm grateful that he didn't have a firearm, and looking back, I should have just called the police and kept the door closed. But I hope he saw Hennessy and knows not to go back and mess with us. Because if he does, I will let my big, sweet boy rip my arm off. He grabbed Anya's hand before she rushed to the screen. The snake was already wrapped around the leg of the chair, its scales glistening under the dim light. Mark, his face contorted with horror, gasped, "Break the glass. He's here." Anya rushed to the monitor, but Casey noticed movement behind the camera. A shadow darted into the corner. Suddenly, the image went out, and instead of Mark, the numbers appeared on the screen. 3 o'clock. Countdown. "He's taking us further," Casey whispered, staring at the new red arrow on the wall. She was pointing at a trapdoor in the floor. After descending a rusty staircase, they entered a room resembling a laboratory. Test tubes with cloudy liquid, stacks of 80s medical journals, and a live snake trapped in an aquarium. "That's the Viper. This is a prank," Anya pointed her finger at the glass. "Look, her poison glands have been removed." But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a hoarse laugh came from the speaker. "Sentimentality is a weakness. You've already lost." The wall behind them shifted with a bang, revealing a passage to a hall littered with bones. Not human, but animal. Skulls of dogs, antlers of deer, spines assembled into creepy art objects. A mannequin in a transparent raincoat towered over them, holding a sign, "My collection." "Your turn." Anya threw up. Casey, trembling, picked up a battered notebook from the floor. It contained sketches of traps, notes on the behavior of the victims, and a list of names, their names. Last page, Casey, stubborn. To break through the pain of others. Anya, empathetic. Make me choose. We're part of his experiment, Casey said. He wants us to betray each other. Ryan screamed in the distance. They ran towards the sound, stumbling over the bones, and came out into a circular room with a well in the middle. Jake was hanging over him, still alive, but his arms were wired to a metal beam. There was water splashing in the well below, and something else. "Help me!" Jake jerked, and the wire bit into his wrists. There he is. A man in a gas mask and oiled overalls stepped out of the shadows. In his hands is a chainsaw without a chain. He hit the beam with it, and Jake screamed, losing his balance. Anya stepped forward, but Casey pulled her back. The man slowly took off his gas mask. Underneath it was the face of an elderly man with scars instead of eyebrows. "Elmer Gray," Casey whispered. You're alive." "Alive?" He grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Teeth had been filed away. "I've become something more. A gardener is an idea. And ideas don't die." He pressed a button on the wall, and the floor under the girls began to tilt, turning into a slide. They rolled down into the sewer tunnel, where Mark met them. He was tied to a pipe, and above him, on a rope, swung a bag with spikes. "Don't come any closer." "Stop it," he shouted. "There are wires here." But Anya had already rushed to free him. When she cut the rope with a knife from her backpack, the bag collapsed, almost piercing her head. There were photographs inside. Their childhood photos stolen from social media. "He's been following us for months," Casey said, looking at the notes on the back. "Knows everything. Phobias, weaknesses." The growl of the chainsaw was getting closer. They ran, dragging Mark, whose leg was broken in the fall. The tunnel branched, but the arrows only led to dead ends with traps. Pits with stakes, cages with hungry rats, steam jets from rusted pipes. Suddenly, they came to a metal door marked exit. Behind it is a staircase to the surface. But when Casey pushed the door open, the mechanism went off. The ceiling began to descend, threatening to crush them. "Get back!" Mark shouted, but the door to the tunnel had already slammed shut. Anya noticed a hydraulic lever in the corner. To reach it, it was necessary to pass under the lowering ceiling. She rushed forward, shouting, "Hold on to the walls!" Casey and Mark pressed themselves against the side niches, while Anya, bending under the pressing metal, jumped to the lever. The ceiling grazed her back, peeling off her skin, but she yanked the handle. The mechanism stopped. The door opened. They ran out to the cemetery, where they were waiting. Sunrise. But the relief lasted for seconds. The tombstones around were wrapped with wires leading to barrels of fuel. There was a speaker on the central monument, from which Elmer's voice sounded. "Finale. Escape or burn." Casey grabbed the camera still hanging around her neck. In night mode, she saw that the wires were running to the nearest crypt. There should be a light switch. "Cover me," she shouted, rushing forward. Elmer came out from behind a tree. The chainsaw was roaring. Mark, limping, threw a stone at him, hitting him on the arm. Anya grabbed a crowbar and hit the barrel, causing a gasoline leak. Casey reached the crypt and found a panel with buttons. There are children's stickers with cartoon characters on it. She pressed a random button. Explosion! But not the barrels. The ground shook under Elmer, and he fell into a hole he had dug himself. The chainsaw fell into a puddle of gasoline, and the sparks set it on fire. The students ran away, watching the fire devour the gardener's traps. But when the smoke cleared, Elmer's body was not found. Just a gas mask, melted into the outline of a skull. The fire destroyed part of the cemetery, but the students knew that this was not the end. The police arrived an hour later, finding only ashes and molten remains of traps. Casey insisted, "He's alive. We have to search the tunnels." But the investigator interrupted her. "Your friends are in the hospital. You're lucky, and that's enough fantasy." That night, while Casey was being interrogated at the station, Anya was left alone in the empty filming house. Her injured back ached, but worse was the feeling that she was being watched. She was checking the locks, closing the curtains, until she heard a knock in the basement. "Mark," she shouted, coming down with a knife in her hand. The light was on in the basement. Her laptop was on the table, open to a folder with their materials. All files have been deleted except for one video. On the screen is Elmer, sitting in a chair with bandaged burns. He was smiling at the camera, "You did well." But the game continues. Ask Casey. Ask how she knew about the lever in the tunnel. Anya called Casey, but she didn't answer. Suddenly, a stone glass splashed through the window with a note, "Follow me. I'll show you the truth." She ran outside, where a cloaked figure loomed in the fog. Anya followed her to an old pharmacy that had been turned into a warehouse. It smelled of formalin inside. There were jars of organs on the shelves, and on the wall hung a photo album with her childhood pictures. "Hi, Anya," a voice said from behind her. It was Jake. His hands were scarred by ants, but there was a cold clarity in his eyes. Are you with him?" "What is it?" she whispered. "He taught me to see weaknesses. Yours is trust." Jake took out a syringe. "Casey's already asleep. Now it's your turn." She stabbed him in the side, broke free and ran. But the doors were locked. Jake stood up, wheezing. "He's everywhere. Even if you kill me." Shut. Jake collapsed, and Mark was standing in the doorway with a gun. His face was pale, and his leg was in a makeshift splint. "I saw you leave," he panted. "Casey's in a coma. She was poisoned." They searched the pharmacy, finding Jake's diary. He started working for Elmer after the first trial in the tunnel. He stole their belongings, planted notes, but most importantly, he installed cameras in their homes. "We are all under surveillance," Mark showed a photo. Their apartments, taken from different angles. Elmer's not alone. They returned to the hospital. Casey is hooked up to machines. Her body is covered in a rash from an unknown toxin. The doctors shrugged their hands. Neuroparalytic. There is no antidote. Anya hacked Jake's email last night. The last letter was sent to a private clinic outside the city. There's a list of patients with their names. She and Mark went there, finding an abandoned building with a sign reading Research Center Number 7. Inside is a laboratory with surveillance cameras, operation logs, and living people in cages. "Experimental subjects," Anya whispered. "He experimented on those he abducted." Suddenly, the light flickered. Elmer appeared on the screens along the walls. His face was burned, but his eyes were on fire. "Congratulations. You've reached the end. Now it's a choice, join or die." Mark fired at the screen, but the voice continued to sound from the speakers. The laboratory doors slammed shut, and gas began to flow from the ventilation. Anya found a data flash drive in Jake's pocket. There's a video where Elmer instructs a group of students. Among them are doctors, police officers, even the mayor of the city. He created a network, she realized. They're all part of the gardener. Mark, coughing up blood, hacked into the server room. "I uploaded the data to the network, but the gas was already eating away at my lungs." "Run," He croaked. "I'll hold them off." She ran out, hearing gunshots and screams behind her. The data went online, and by morning the city had exploded in scandal. The clinic was stormed, the students were arrested, but Elmer was not found. A month later, Anya came to Mark and Casey's grave. The wind was rustling the leaves when there was a creaking sound behind her. An old man with a scar instead of an eyebrow was sitting on a bench. "Ideas don't die," he said, disappearing into the crowd. Anya realized, this is war, and it has just begun. Anya moved to another state, changed her name, and deleted her social media. But every creak of the van outside the window made her shudder. She got a job at a convenience store on the outskirts of the city. Night shift, dim lights, cameras above the cash register. It seemed safe. That night, as the rain began to fall, a man in a black hoodie entered the store. He bought an energy drink and a pack of chewing gum, but when Anya gave him the change, his hand shook. There's a tattoo on his wrist, a stylized flower, just like in the gardener's diary. She froze, but the client was already leaving. His car, a black SUV with no license plates, was parked around the corner. Anya took a picture of her on her phone, but a minute later she received a notification. The photo was deleted due to a violation of the privacy policy. No, no, no. She poked at the screen until she heard a knock. Shadows crept across the roof as someone climbed into the warehouse. Calling the police, Anya grabbed a canister and a knife. But when the guards arrived, they just shrugged their shoulders. There is no one there. It seemed to you. The next day, there was an envelope in her mailbox. Inside is a printout of her route for the month. Home, work, pharmacy. And a new note. Did you get bored, Anya? Let's play. Your move. She bought a gun. I've learned how to set traps on doors. But a week later, she was woken up by the smell of burning. There was a pot on fire in the kitchen. Someone had put a picture of Casey doused in gasoline in the oven. On the back, a match, and you're with it. The police didn't believe him again. You have PTSD, the officer said. But Anya knew it was Elmer, or his students. She decided to counterattack. She hacked into the store's cameras, finding the moment when the man with the tattoo replaced her USB stick with a schedule. I traced his path through street cameras through the dark net. The car disappeared near an old car repair shop. Anya got in there at night. The garage smelled of oil and chemicals. On the table is a map of the city with markings. Her house, the hospital where Mark died, the morgue where Jake's body was taken, and a folder with new names. Among them is her neighbor, an old disabled man who fed pigeons every evening. It's beautiful, isn't it? A voice came from the corner. A man in a hoodie stepped out of the shadows, holding a taser in his hand. His face was ordinary. No scars, no madness. Like an office clerk. We don't want to kill you, he said. You're an advertisement. Living proof that the gardener is stronger. Anya fired. She missed. The man laughed. Was the gun stolen from the store? Cute. And here's mine. He took out a semi-automatic machine. The real one. She rushed to the exit, but the door was blocked. The taser hit her in the back, and the world plunged into pain. Anya woke up in a white room. There is a screen on the wall. It shows a girl tied to a chair. Her face is covered with a bag, but Anya recognizes herself by the mole on her neck. Live broadcast. Voice from the speaker. The audience is voting. If he gets 1,000 likes, they'll open his stomach. 5,000, the face will be cut off. You're a star, Anya. There was a phone in the corner of the room. One message has been sent. Coordinates. And the caption is, "Thanks for the idea."
Group of 5 friends decides to spend the weekend in a remote national park, where tourists rarely visit. Their goal is to disconnect from social media, test themselves for survival and relieve stress before the start of the school year. Among them, Michael, a fan of extreme hiking, organizer. Laura, his girlfriend, is a blogger looking for real adventures for content. Jake, ex-military, secretive and taciturn. Emily, Laura's friend, who suffers from anxiety but is trying to prove to herself that she can handle it. Chris, Emily's young brother, is on a camping trip for the first time. The trip begins with minor troubles, GPS failure, strange footprints on the trail, fragments of police tape in the trees. A local ranger, met at the entrance, warns them that the last two groups of tourists have not returned, but Michael waves them off. He just wants to scare the newcomers. At night, while they are camping, Chris finds a torn backpack under a bush. Inside are photographs of strangers, a notebook filled with dates and coordinates, and a map of the park, where an area 5 miles from their camp is marked in red. Jake, after reviewing the recordings, frowns. These are not tourist markers. Someone was watching those who were here. Laura laughs, maybe it's geocaching, but Emily notices that one of the photos in the backpack shows their own tent. Taken this morning. Meanwhile, Michael discovers that their food is scattered over the bushes, and there are knife punctures in the canned food. Someone had obviously tried to spoil their supplies, but they hadn't stolen anything. When Jake inspects the perimeter, he finds a wire trap, almost invisible in the grass, the one used to catch deer. Except that the wire was stretched at the level of a human neck. By midnight, the group decides not to light a bonfire, so as not to attract attention. Laura, despite her fears, goes into the woods with a camera. Here is the perfect shot for stories. In 10 minutes they would hear her scream. Rushing to search, her friends find her phone lying in the mud. There is a recording on the screen. Laura is running in panic, heavy footsteps and male laughter can be heard off screen. The recording ends when something throws her to the ground. Jake takes the lead. We are divided into two groups. Michael and Chris, stay here, guard the camp. Emily and I are going to look for Laura. But while they are preparing, there is a crunching of branches from the darkness. Chris, thinking it's Laura, runs forward and falls into a hole disguised by leaves. At the bottom are sharp stakes made of burnt metal. The boy dies instantly. The panic is growing. Jake discovers that their radios are dead, the antennas are broken. Emily, sobbing, clings to Michael. We need to leave. Now. But Michael refuses to leave Laura. While they are arguing, Laura's voice comes from the forest. Help. He's here. Rushing towards the sound, they see her tied to a tree. His mouth is taped shut, and he wears a timer collar around his neck. As Jake gets closer, he notices wires running from the collar to the branches. It's an explosive. Get back, he shouts, but Michael is already rushing to the girl. The timer stops at 0:05. Laura is twitching hysterically, the wires are straining. Suddenly, a flashlight tied to a nearby tree is activated. Its beam highlights a figure in camouflage standing 20 meters away. A man holds a remote control in his hands. Jake rushes in his direction, but the ground falls through under his feet. This is another pit trap. The soldier manages to grab the edge, but the stranger approaches, stepping on his toes with his boot. Emily, left with Michael, hears a click. The timer on Laura's collar is activated again. 0:04, 0:03. The timer on Laura's neck freezes at 0:02. Michael, ignoring Jake's scream, rushes to her, but Emily grabs his sleeve. He wants you to come over. It's a trap. Her voice breaks, but there's a clear desperation in her eyes. Michael pulls away, but at that moment Laura jerks her head sharply, and the wires tied to the collar snap. There is no explosion. Instead, a metal cage pops out of the ground, slamming shut around Michael. This, a trap? He furiously hits the bars, but the design is designed for a bear. Laura, still tied to the tree, lets out a muffled moan. Emily runs up to her and rips off the tape. He's He's everywhere. Laura gasps, panting. Cameras in the trees. He's watching us. Like in a game. Meanwhile, Jake is hanging over the pit, his fingers sliding on the wet ground. A stranger in camouflage crouches in front of him, and the light of the lantern catches his face, weathered, with a scar through his left eye. "Did you think I was a hero?" he croaks, pulling out a knife. But before the blade touches Jake's hand, a deer flies out of the bushes, startled by the screams. The animal kicks with its hoof, and the man loses his balance. Jake uses the moment to pull himself up and roll out onto the edge of the pit. At the camp, Emily finds a multi-tool in Chris' backpack. As she tries to open Michael's cage, Laura trembles, repeating, "He said it. He said we'd ruin his forest. That we're trash." Suddenly, a voice comes from the speaker on the collar. "The rules are simple. One will survive. Choose one." Jake returns and inspects the cage, a lock with a timer. "It will explode in 10 minutes if you don't enter the code." On the inside of the bars is an engraving, "Ask those who came before you." Emily remembers the notebook from her backpack. He flips through it. On the last page is written in blood, "He takes what was left. Our stuff." Laura shouts. He steals objects and uses them against the next ones. Michael grabs his backpack. There is no flask inside. Jake checks the pit where Chris died. A military identification badge sticks out among the stakes. "Oh my God. This is an old colleague of mine. His group disappeared 6 months ago." A stranger is watching them from a hill, his binoculars glistening in the moonlight. He puts a whistle to his lips, and the sharp sound deafens the band. A roar comes from the forest. Something huge breaks the bushes, heading towards the camp. Michael's cage starts ticking louder. Jake, torn between saving his friend and the threat from the hill, throws Emily a notebook. "Look for a pattern in the numbers." Laura, still tied up, shouts, "Deer trails." He's following their routes. A wobbly bear comes out of the darkness, attracted by the smell of scattered food. His eyes sparkle with hunger. The stranger laughs, the bear growls, approaching the camp. His front paw is covered in blood. Apparently, he has already fallen into one of the stranger's traps. Jake grabs a torch from the campfire, lights it on the embers and throws it towards the beast. The fire hisses, falling into a puddle of spilled alcohol from Michael's broken flask. A blue flame bursts out, blocking the bear's path. "Emily, hurry up!" Jake shouts, shielding her from the beast. "Look for the connection between the dates in the notebook and the coordinates on the map." Emily is frantically flipping through the pages. Her fingers are trembling, but suddenly she freezes. All dates are the days when the groups disappeared. And the coordinates. She points at the map. These are the places of their last stops. Our camp is the next point. Michael sees the bear walking around the fire from the cage. "Jake! On the right!" The soldier turns around, grabs an axe and throws it at the beast. The blade plunges into the tree, distracting the bear. Laura tears a page out of her notebook. "Look, the last digits of the coordinates are 7, 12, 9. These are letters. G, L, I. Glitch." Emily exhales. "Enter G, L, I. But how? Letters in the numbers." Michael rips the G7 badge off his neck. "Jake, check the radio. Frequency 7, 12, 9. Jake grabs the broken radio, enters the frequency. There is a click and the cage opens. Michael rolls out, grabs a bloody axe made of wood. The bear, enraged by the noise, breaks through the fire. Jake pushes Emily aside, taking the hit himself. Claws tear his jacket, but the former soldier manages to stick a knife into the beast's paw. The bear retreats, dragging the tent's awning with him, which covers him like a net. "Run!" Michael shouts, picking up the wounded Jake. To the stream. You can lose track of him there. The group rushes through the thicket. Laura stumbles over the wire, there is a click, and a trap cage falls from the tree, but Emily pulls it away at the last moment. A bear roars and twigs crackle from behind. Jake stops at a stream, surveying the area. Here. In 2009, the family disappeared. He points to a faded ribbon on the stone. A stranger uses old tragedies as a script. So he's here somewhere. Michael peers into the darkness. Shoots everything on camera. Laura suddenly notices movement in the water. Beneath the surface of the stream are wires leading to speakers suspended from trees. It's all staged. He guides us as characters. There is a crunching of branches. A stranger comes out from behind a boulder. He has a shotgun in his hands, but the barrel is lowered. You lasted the longest, his voice sounds like the creak of unoiled hinges. But there is always one ending. Jake takes a step forward, shielding his friends. Only one survives, right? So it's going to be you. He throws the knife into the ground at the stranger's feet. Take it and leave. The man freezes, then slowly raises the gun. It's too late for. A gunshot interrupts his speech. The bullet hits the speaker above the stranger's head. This is fired by Emily, who found a signal pistol in Chris' backpack. The sparks ignite the dry needles, and the fire spreads quickly through the trees. The stranger, engulfed in flames, runs to the stream, but falls, entangled in his own wires. The group retreats while the forest turns into hell. An hour later, they go out onto the road, where a patrol finds them. Jake loses consciousness from blood loss. Laura holds a camera in her hands, everything is recorded. But when they open the stranger's backpack, found by the stream, there are passports inside, with their photos. Emily snatches the passport from Laura's hands. Her photo is smiling under the plastic wrap, but the date of birth has been changed. Date of death, 23.10.2023. Today's date. All documents are perfect forgeries, including stamps of border control of non-existent countries. He's been preparing for years. Jake flips through Michael's passport. There are notes about trips to places where we have never been. A bear roars from the burning forest. Smoke covers the sky. Laura notices movement in the bushes. It's a deer with a camera on its collar. She hits the technician with a rock, but a stranger's voice comes out of the speaker, now distorted by pain. You've ruined everything. I was creating the perfect story. What story? Michael yells, raising the bloody axe. What are we, dolls? Chronicles, a hoarse voice. Each group is the head. You, the chapter of betrayal. Emily suddenly remembers, a week before the hike, Jake strongly advised her to change the location. You knew. You led us here. She steps back from the wounded man. Jake is silent, clutching his bloody side. Laura checks the camera. On the last recording, when they were running from the bear, Jake flashes in the corner of the frame, putting a bundle in the bushes. She enlarges the image. This is Michael's flask. You set up a GPS malfunction. Michael grabs Jake by the collar. Why? He promised to bring her back. Jake is coughing up blood. My sister. Her group disappeared here 2 years ago. He said he would show you where the bodies were. A stranger, a survivor of the fire, crawls out from behind a rock. His face is charred, but he's laughing, holding a child's shoe in his hands. She's been calling for you for a long time, James. Jake, James? He growls, showing emotion for the first time. It turns out that 2 years ago he changed his name after being discharged from the army. His sister is the only one who knew about his involvement in classified operations in the area. You killed her. Jake rushes at the stranger, but he presses a button on the remote. The ground under the group collapses, they fall into an underground bunker. A damp concrete room. There are hundreds of photos on the walls, previous victims, their last moments. In the center is a table with diaries, where a stranger has been describing experiments for decades, how to make people betray each other. There's no way out, a voice sounds from the speakers. But there is a choice, who will be the main character of my book? There is a pistol with one cartridge on the table. The lock on the door will open in an hour. The inscription
happened about 20 years ago, when I was 9 years old. My parents told me about it on various occasions, so I thought it would be helpful to share their version of the story. My parents are biologists who met at work. They both worked in a government building dedicated to biological research. The building was used for government projects aimed at benefiting the public by studying the environment and passing environmental protection laws based on research. There was always a security guard at the old government building, who worked day and night. During the day, he mostly stood at the reception desk greeting people. At night, he made rounds to ensure no one entered the building where scientific equipment and computers were kept. Initially, the guard seemed like a nice person. He was always very nice to me, and to be honest, I had only good memories of him before that. He greeted me and spoke to me in a very friendly way. Every time my parents took me to work, he would make paper airplanes for me. He was amazingly good at making them and playing with them. He would also stay with me at the reception when my parents needed to work at night, probably because of me. It got very boring very quickly, so he kept me company and mainly entertained me. We talked, played with paper planes, and watched TV. All of it seemed sweet enough for my parents to entrust me to him, which was probably their biggest mistake. One day, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was about 10 p.m. and they were still working. So, a guy who worked the night shift decided to bring me with him to the building for his rounds. We started at the top floor, checking all the rooms on the roof. Each room. It was so dark that I was always a little behind and had to wait for the lights to turn on. Then we went down to the second floor, where our parents' office and laboratory were located. We checked the opposite side of the building, entering the lab with huge extractors, microscopes, and all the scientific equipment that you might think of. We then went downstairs to the first floor where most of the administrative offices are located. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalming fish that served as decorations. The first floor was completely cleared out, so it was time for us to check it out. We thought it might make sense to start checking the labs on our right side first, since there was a set of stairs at the end that led to where our parents were. For some reason, though, we decided to check that side instead. Initially, we checked every test, but I noticed his pace had increased and he was moving much faster. As we started to look around, we noticed that he seemed happier and more excited. We checked the labs again, from one corner to another, turning the lights on and off as we went. When we reached the last area, he turned all the lights inside the lab on. Inside, there were 3 officers on either side of the lab. He hurried to the printer, opened it, and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. Quickly, he folded them into planes. And then things changed. He picked one of the planes and flew it outside, throwing it across the room. He said it was my plane and we could play with it. I ran over to get mine, feeling happy that we were going to play. But suddenly the lights went off. When I looked around, he had already left the lab, turned off the lights, and locked the door behind him. I tried to follow him, but it was too late. The door was punched and kicked, with shouts for him to open it. Panic possessed me because of how scared I was in the dark. Through the glass, I could see him running down the hallway, turning off lights as he went, disappearing around a corner. I was sure that was all I saw, every shadow, every creepy monster, because I was terrified. While I waited, it was all part of my imagination because I was so frightened. I pressed myself against the wall and watched shadows move in the darkness, crying, not understanding what was happening or why he did it. Eventually, My parents finished work and picked me up, taking me home. The security guard was waiting at the front desk when we arrived, but I wasn't there. They were obviously panicked and must have shouted 100 swear words at him. I do not know how my father did it. They didn't kill him right then and there, but when they first asked him where I was and what he had done to me, he just said that he had gone out with me for rounds and must have lost his way somewhere in the building while checking everything from top to bottom. It would have taken about an hour and a half, even if you were in a hurry, so he must have got lost. They searched for hours, but didn't find him, and it was only when I saw a light at the end of a corridor leading to a lab that I found the courage to stand up, run towards the door, and bang on it as hard as possible. Finally, they found him there and forced a guard to open the door so they could get him out. I can't remember whether I slept that night or not, but if I did, I probably did because I was exhausted. My mother stayed with me in the bedroom all night, of course. Of course, my parents filed a complaint later that evening against the guard. When they did so, an investigation began. He was actually fired and arrested, not because he locked me up, where he probably helped me so that no one would find me, but because he was in cahoots with criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building in order to sell them on a shady market, along with information and hard drives, and make money from it. By that time, he had stolen a lot of old computers, and no one had figured it out. Who knows what his plans were? That night, locking a crying child in the middle of the dark hidden in some room is not normal behavior unless you're trying to hide them and pick them up later when everyone else is gone and sell them as part of your product. Fortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to do so, and I hope he never does this to another child. 3 years ago, I was a waitress when COVID hit the world. It was my first job, and I remember looking forward to starting work as soon as all my studies were completed and I received my certificates. Every evening we closed at 10 p.m., and there was usually just me and a 20-year-old chef. I rarely saw other waitresses, and I liked that. I always worked alone and didn't really get along with the other waitresses. So, it was actually nice. Towards the end of my time there, something happened. I was glad I had those circumstances at that time, but I felt anxious and couldn't decide if my feelings were valid. I mentioned this to my manager, because when it all happened, it felt real and like I had started something new. That evening, I finished work around 3 p.m. I said goodbye to the last waitress and left. I was left alone with my chef, and everything was going fairly slowly and normally until I received a call regarding one of the special dishes on the limited time menu. Food could not be removed, and the lady at the other end of the line did not take it well. After some discussion, she finally decided to sit down and eat. I estimated that it would take about 10 to 20 minutes. While I was waiting, an old car pulled up and 3 people got out, 2 men and a woman in their 30s or 40s. It was the woman with whom I had been speaking on the phone, whom I confirmed when I asked. She seemed embarrassed and petulant at first, but her attitude changed later when she saw me, becoming much more friendly and cooperative. Because that was what most people wanted, to look good in the eyes of others, I sat them down at a table and took their orders. I noticed that they had a red folder and a black pen. Do you remember that? While I was serving other customers, there were several more tables waiting for me to bring their food. They inquired if I knew anyone who could assist them in finding a residence in the area. I found this to be a reasonable inquiry, as the region was well known for attracting tourists, and individuals frequently sought vacation homes. I acknowledged the validity of their inquiry, but if they were not unpleasant, I would not have any objections. If you understand what I mean, I provided them with the contact information of a real estate agent with whom I was well acquainted. I often attended church services with her, and there were no other noteworthy individuals, so I did not engage with them beyond serving them drinks. It was 4:30 p.m., and they were the last of my customers. In the world of catering, you are aware of the hectic nature of waiters' work. There are few breaks, and sometimes none at all when things are busy. We were also busy, so my cook and I took a well-deserved rest. I went out and engaged in conversation with them for a while. Before entering the restaurant, There was a ramp leading to the entrance for individuals with disabilities. The ramp was quite long, as the building had a raised foundation. At the time, I did not notice this, but a man caught my attention from the other end of the ramp by engaging in conversation with me. I was standing at the top of the platform where the ramp ended, with a railing. The man and woman were about 5 feet below me on the other side of the railing. We talked for a bit, and they asked personal questions such as where I lived and whether I smoked marijuana. I realized that sharing such personal information with strangers was not advisable, but I answered their questions as vaguely as possible. They persisted, so I was unable to escape their presence. I attempted to maintain a professional distance from them outside of work, but they persisted in their attempts to contact me. Eventually, I realized that they would not relent, so I decided to listen to what they had to say. The woman finally got to the point and revealed that she had a business proposition for me. She owned a cleaning company called Pretty Kitties and sought to hire attractive young women for her team. She already had 10 girls working for her and wanted to expand. The girls were paid a monthly salary of $30,000. She did not specify the duration of the job or the required qualifications, but it sounded like a promising opportunity. At that moment, I knew this was not a legitimate business, so I declined their offer courteously and terminated the conversation. I politely declined her offer, explaining that I was content with my current employment and supervisor. She attempted to convince me further, emphasizing the ease of the task and the potential financial gain under her guidance. When she mentioned having a van for her business, I was unsure of the exact meaning, but I recalled her asking me to follow her to her car. She stated that she would show me a picture of her van on her phone, which she was holding, so I knew I would not be approaching her vehicle. I declined, stating that I was content where I was, and suggested she show me the image on her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she concluded the conversation and departed with 2 other men. I returned to the restaurant, shaken, and explained the situation to my chef, who joked that if I had accepted, I would have made a substantial profit. As seriously as I should have, I would have laughed at the end of that encounter. On the night when Cook's grandmother arrived to pick us up, I mentioned the peculiar interaction, and her face showed a hint of panic. She sat there, staring at me, and I was perplexed. I inquired if everything was all right, and that's when she revealed to me the signs of human trafficking. She explained that I had almost been sold, and I was incredibly fortunate not to have been abducted. My stomach tightened, and I began to panic, realizing the danger I had been in. After that, nothing else happened, except for the red folder and black pen I mentioned. The next day, I went to work, and a customer came in. Usually, there aren't many people in my area who like to relax, but this customer was different. He was well dressed and sat at my table, not in a suit or tie, but dressed nicely. I was attending to a customer who was impeccably dressed. He was alone, so I escorted him to a booth and took his order for a cup of coffee. There was a red pen with a black badge attached to it, which I only noticed after my colleague reminded me about it last night. I was taken aback by this revelation and even more dismayed that the customer had been waiting for 3 hours while I was busy with other tables. I kept asking him if he needed anything else, but he inquired why people never take a moment to relax over a cup of coffee. I shrugged and replied, "No, not here." This may come as a surprise, but waiters are not eavesdroppers. I am fortunate that I managed to handle the situation without any issues. One thing that stood out in my memory was when he was discussing financial matters on the phone, expressing the need to find alternative living arrangements. He also mentioned transferring funds and paying bills that evening, prompting me to rush to the back of the kitchen to inform my colleague. Fortunately, he came to assist me with the task of delivering some plates. I was delighted, but he soon departed. Since then, I have not seen or heard from him. I must admit, I am now more cautious. In 2013, I was seeking an internship to further my studies, but it proved to be unattainable. Therefore, while I was searching for an internship, I decided to take a job to secure a source of income. A friend of my fiancé's operated a taxi service for individuals with disabilities and required someone to work during the night, as the buses were in operation for 22 hours a day. As an owl, I immediately accepted the offer. I was hired to perform a task that required me to provide necessary assistance. The task involved picking up individuals and transporting them to their desired destinations. Occasionally, I had to use a vehicle to lift or lower wheelchairs up or down stairs. When there were no scheduled trips, I would go to a designated location and wait. During this time, I could engage in any activity I desired. I swiftly located a truck stop in the vicinity, where I could park my vehicle and rest. In the early hours of my shift, I purchased a cup of coffee at a gas station. Across the street from the gas station was a dilapidated restaurant with a motel attached. It was ideal for truck drivers seeking a place to sleep. If I arrived in the middle of the night, I would park next to the restaurant and spend the night there. I observed that many people were coming and going to a specific room. Initially, I paid little attention to the incident. However, one night at the end of summer, as I was dozing off with the windows open, I suddenly heard shouts coming from the motel. A man emerged from a room and fled, and a few moments later, another man pursued him. I couldn't discern what he was holding. At first, it was none of my concern, so I returned to my half-asleep state. Shortly after, my phone rang. I was on a trip an hour away, so I answered the call and drove out of the parking lot. When I spotted the other man around the corner, I reversed my journey for the rest of that night and didn't return home until the following morning at 2 or 3 a.m. When I arrived at the parking lot, which is where I usually park, I noticed that the area was littered with rocks. Without making any assumptions, I parked a few spaces away. I waited and waited. I fell asleep quickly, but was awakened by the sound of a car passing in front of my bus. The car honked its horn, turned on its high beams, and started its engine. I thought the driver was just a jerk who noticed me sleeping and wanted to scare me. I jumped off the bus and yelled at the driver to leave me alone, but instead, he stopped the bus and forced me to start braking. The driver gestured for me to leave, and I realized I had been foolish. I stood there, staring at the car, even though I couldn't see clearly with the high beams on. After what seemed like an eternity, the car drove off, and I parked next to some trucks. A month has passed since that incident with the car, and nothing has happened since. It would have happened again if I hadn't parked near the trucks that night. One night, I worked a 12-hour shift for 6 hours. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and I hadn't had time to eat before going to work that day. During the first part of my shift, I was busy making deliveries and didn't have time for a meal. When I received a message to return to the base, I quickly parked at the far end of an almost empty parking lot. I picked up the truck and prepared to have my very late dinner that my fiancée had packed for me. I wanted to watch TV while eating on my phone, so I sat with my back against the driver's door. Behind me, with my back to the door, I accidentally hit the lock with my elbow. Luckily, I was scrolling through Netflix when I heard the lock click. Turning around quickly, I saw a hooded man crouching on the ground under the bus, holding a large kitchen knife. His right hand. I quickly rose to my feet and made sure that the remaining 2 doors were secure. Then I peered inside to check if they were still there. I scanned the surroundings in all directions to confirm their presence, but he was still under the bus. I knew I wouldn't jump out this time because the knife had made his intentions clear. I started the engine and turned on the interior light. Then, I looked around to see if he would be scared. Fortunately, he was. I saw him running away and disappearing into the bushes at the end of the parking lot. After that night, I never parked at that parking lot again. Whenever I do park, I always check twice to make sure all the doors are locked. this building was an ordinary secondary school, where children's voices rang, crayons creaked on the boards, and the gym smelled of sweat and old mats. But everything changed in one day. What happened decades later was whispered about in kitchens, hidden in archives, and erased from official documents. In the late 60s, the school became the center of an experiment. The director, who fanatically believed in excellence through discipline, implemented a behavior correction program with the support of local authorities. Children with low academic performance or an inconvenient character were isolated in the basement. The parents were told that they were being sent to special schools, but in fact the students stayed here. They were worked on by educators, men in white coats, whose methods included sensory deprivation, electric shock, and injections of unknown drugs. The first deaths were attributed to accidents. The girl who fell down the stairs. The boy who choked on his food. But when a fire broke out in 1973, the truth began to come out. The fire engulfed the basement, where 12 children were burned alive in locked cells. The investigation was quickly closed, the director was transferred to another state, and the school was concreted due to the emergency condition. But the concrete didn't hide everything. Builders involved in the conservation of the building told of strange finds: rusty chains, toys with scratch dates, and walls covered with scratches. And also the smell. Sweet, like rotten fruit soaked through the bricks. The school was not demolished. She was just abandoned. The windows were boarded up, the doors were welded shut, and the territory was fenced off with barbed wire. Local teenagers nicknamed it the House of Whispers. Those who dared to come close swore that they heard children's laughter outside the walls. Or crying. But the real nightmare started later. In the 90s, people began to disappear in the area. Homeless people, curious stalkers, couples seeking solitude. They were found months later, in the woods, in ditches, in abandoned houses. The bodies were disfigured, tongues were torn out, fingers were broken, as if someone was trying to silence them. On the chest of each victim is a piece of a school notebook with a number. As it turned out later, the numbers matched the cases of the missing students of the 70s. The police denied the connection. The newspapers called the killer a notebook, but the case was never solved. And the school continued to stand, overgrown with new legends. It was said that someone who avenges the dead children still lives within its walls. Or the experiment itself. No. 4 teenagers, Lisa, Mike, Jenna, and Kyle. They don't believe in urban stories. For them, the House of Whispers is just a dot on the map for bold selfies. The decision to get inside is born spontaneously, after a couple of bottles of cheap wine. There's not even a guard there, Mike grins, breaking the lock on the gate with wire cutters. Just old junk and cobwebs. The first mistake, they didn't notice the footprints on the ground. Fresh, large, as if from work boots. The second, they didn't pay attention to the rags stuck in the crack of the door. Someone had already been here before them. It smells of mold and metal inside. Flashlights pick out peeling walls, desks chained to the floor, and a blackboard with half-erased numbers. Look at this. Jenna shines the light on the shelf. There's a box of cassettes among the trash. One reads, Protocol number 14. Don't destroy it. They find a video recorder in the director's office. The cassette bites into the mechanism with a dry click. There is a black and white image on the screen. Children in identical robes are sitting in cages. A masked man approaches the boy, inserts a metal spacer into his mouth. Today we are testing the threshold of pain sensitivity, says a male voice behind the scenes. Subject number 7. Shot. The camera twitches. Someone is shouting. Then the credits roll. Destroy the materials. Group B is not subject to rehabilitation. What the hell? Kyle pulls out the plug. This is a prank. Must be. They decide to go down to the basement. The stairs are rusted, the steps are buckling under the weight. The air is thickening, and the smell is now distinct, coppery, like blood. There are no signs of fire in the basement. It's clean, almost sterile. There are surgical instruments on the table, syringes with cloudy liquid, and on the wall. "Fuck," Lisa whispers. "It's not graffiti. Someone nailed children's palms to the concrete, dried up like a herbarium. 12 pairs. There is a screech of metal. They turn around. The door to the basement has slammed shut. It's not the wind," Mike says. A crash from above. Footsteps. Heavy, slow. Someone is walking down the corridor, dragging something behind them. "Someone was waiting for us here," Jenna points to the corner. There's a backpack on the floor. Inside, a flask of water, a first aid kit, cables, a knife. And photos. They're photos taken a week ago at the school. A flashlight beam falls from above. "Come out," a man's voice says. "The game is just beginning." The door to the basement opens. The door swung open, and the light of the lantern blinded them. A man in a washed jumpsuit stood in the doorway, his face hidden by a welder's mask. In his hand he held a tire iron, the end of which was stained with something dark. "Run!" Lisa shouted, pushing Jenna to the opposite corner of the basement. Mike grabbed a knife from his backpack, but the man was already there. The tire iron whistled through the air, narrowly missing Kyle, who tripped over a box of some glass ampoules. They shattered with a crystal clang, and the smell of formalin hit my nose. "Into the ventilation," Kyle shouted, pointing at the grate in the ceiling. They crawled, knocking their elbows and knees against the rusty pipes. The man's mask hid his breathing, but they could hear him methodically turning over tables like toys. A ventilation shaft led them to a chemistry classroom. Racks of test tubes frozen in strange swirls, a skeleton in a corner dressed in children's pajamas. On the board are formulas circled in red, methamphetamine, and cocaine. "These are not study notes," Jenna whispered, touching the inscription. "They were making drugs here." Mike picked up a battered magazine from the floor. On the pages there are photos of children with numbers on their chests. Captions: Subject number 7, aggression after injection. Number 12, loss of speech for 72 hours. "Look," Lisa pointed at the dates with a trembling finger. "The last entry, yesterday." A rumble outside startled them. The man was walking down the corridor, tapping the tire iron against the walls. "He's chasing us like rats," Kyle managed. The gym turned out to be a maze of gym mats stacked to the ceiling. The air was thick with dust, and every step raised clouds, making one cough. There is a basketball court in the middle of the hall. But instead of a circle, there was a yellow warning sign on the shield, "Quarantine Zone." Mike shone his flashlight at the trapdoor in the floor. The tunnel? The hatch creaked open. There is a narrow passage below. The walls are sheathed with wire. There are traces of dragging on the floor. "Don't go in there," Jenna grabbed Mike by the sleeve, but he was already coming down. The tunnel led to a room illuminated by a red lamp. Shelves with first aid kits, a refrigerator with test tubes, and in the middle is an armchair, as if from a dental office. The straps on the armrests were fastened. Lisa held the lantern up to the wall. Photo. Hundreds of photos. They were at many of them themselves. Lisa at the cafe, Mike at the gas station, Jenna in the library. The last pictures are of them at the school gates, an hour before the break, in. He was following us. Kyle scooped up the photos, but suddenly stopped talking. There was a door behind the refrigerator. Small, like in a closet. There is a sign on it, Group B. It smelled of urine and antiseptic. There are stained mattresses on the floor, chains with collars. And there's a calendar on the wall. The dates are marked with crosses until today. We're his schedule. Jenna fell to her knees. He took one a month. Like those kids. A screeching sound came from above. The man was descending into the tunnel. There's no way out, Mike pulled the knife. We'll have to fight. Lisa opened the refrigerator. Test tubes with pink liquid. Label, paralytic number 9. 1 milliliter equals 10 minutes of immobility. Help me, Kyle shouted. The door to the room slammed shut. The man was standing outside, inserting a syringe with a black substance into the keyhole. "Good night," the speaker on his belt said. The voice was robotic, artificial. They heard a hiss. Pink gas poured out of the ventilation. Pink gas filled the room, burning his lungs. Gritting her teeth, Lisa soaked her sleeve with water from the canteen and pressed it to her face. "Breathe through the fabric," she croaked, but Kyle was already falling to his knees. His fingers clutched convulsively at the refrigerator, leaving bloody streaks on the glass. Mike, trembling with rage and fear, smashed the vial of paralytic on the floor. The glass bit into his palm, but the pain dulled the effect of the gas. He grabbed the syringe with the remaining pink liquid and threw it at the wall. "There!" Jenna, panting, pointed to the ventilation grate under the ceiling. "Help to lift." They stacked the mattresses in a flimsy pyramid. Kyle, losing consciousness, fell down, knocking down Jenna. His foot was stuck in a chain chained to the floor. "Leave me alone," he whispered, wiping the blood from his lips. Mike, ignoring him, stabbed into the crack of the hatch with a knife. The lock gave way with a bang. Inside is a narrow vertical shaft with rusty brackets. Below, there is darkness and splashing water. The sewer drain, Lisa sucked in a breath. "I'm taking you to the river." The antagonist was waiting for them upstairs. When Jenna, the last one, started to descend, he threw a glass jar with live cockroaches into the shaft. The insects crawled under his clothes, biting his neck and face. Lisa, hanging on one arm, grabbed a lighter from Kyle's pocket. The fire swept across the wall, scorching chitinous bodies. "Go on. Stop it," she shouted, feeling her fingers lose their strength. A river of sewage awaited them below. The pipe was filled with bones. Not by children, but by adults. A skull with a hole in its forehead is stuck in a grate. Mike, using a knife as a tire iron, broke it off. "He dumped the bodies here," Jenna whispered. "Everyone who got in the way." The tunnel led them to an underground dock. A rusty boat dangled from a chain. There is a black backpack with a digital timer on board. 00:04:59. 00:04:58. Mike yanked at his backpack, but it was chained down. Inside is a plastic canister with the inscription sulfuric acid. They swam, pushing off the walls with a pole. The timer was counting down the last seconds. The explosion tore apart the pipe behind them. The acid mixed with the water, raising a pungent steam. The boat was carried along a stormy stream, straight to the waterfall, which even the locals did not know about. 3 survived. Kyle stayed in the mine, his screams fused with the roar of the water. They found a barn on the shore, half a kilometer from the school. Inside is a laboratory, laptops with live broadcasts of the school surveillance cameras, a file cabinet with their names, vials with their DNA samples. There's a diary on the table. Group B is not dead. They have become more perfect. Their fear is the purest catalyst. I've almost found the formula. Last entry, drug number 9 requires new tests. Attach samples to live media. Track the reaction to death. Lisa opened the freezer. Inside there are dozens of plastic bags with inscriptions. The skin. Subject number 34-inch. Eyeballs. 12. Below them is a container with their photos. New tags. Number 41-44. Infected. Observation. He implanted something in us. Jenna rolled up her sleeve. The bruise on her elbow, which she thought was a bruise, turned out to be a neat patch. There is a seam under it. A siren sounded outside. A red light flashed on the laptop screen. Quarantine activation. It seemed to Lisa that the siren was wailing right in her head. She grabbed her laptop, trying to figure out what quarantine activation meant. Building plans with flashing red zones flashed on the screen. "He's blocked all the exits," she whispered. "Here, the ventilation system will pump in the gas. We have less than 10 minutes. Mike yanked open the desk drawer. Among the papers is a key card with the logo of a private military company. "Blackthorn Security," he read. "They're mercenaries. So it's not a lone psychopath who's behind the school." Jenna suddenly froze at the shelf with videotapes. One of them had an inscription, "Protocol number 23. The Morrison family. My maiden name is..." Her voice faltered. She inserted the tape into the tape recorder. On the screen is a woman who looks like Jenna, in handcuffs. A masked man injects her with a syringe. "Examinee number 5, the off-screen voice said. A descendant of Group B. We are testing hereditary resistance to pain. Mom." Jenna fell to her knees. "She disappeared when I was 6. The police said she ran away." Mike tugged on her arm. "Get ready. We'll find out later." They ran through an underground tunnel marked on the plan as Escape Route 3. The walls were covered with numbers, 34, 17, 9. The numbers of the victims. "Stop." Lisa braked sharply. Ahead is a blank wall with graffiti. They can hear everything. Mike put his palm against the concrete. "The void is beyond it. Give me the knife." While he was picking at the mortar, Jenna suddenly spoke without taking her eyes off the camera in the corner. "I knew it. She knew why we were coming here. My father. He worked as a janitor at this school. After the fire. He said that they were paying him for his silence. I wanted to prove that he was lying." A room with servers opened behind the wall. The monitors showed live broadcasts from the houses. Lisa's mother's kitchen, Mike's bedroom, Jenna's empty apartment. "He's not just watching us," Lisa pointed at the screen, where an elderly woman was stirring soup. Mike hacked one of the servers. Folders with city names, dates, and numbers. It's a network. There are such schools all over the country. They collect data, test drugs, and monitor families for generations. The face of a man in a Blackthorn uniform appeared on the screen. "Congratulations," he said. "You have passed the selection. Your stress response is impressive." "What the hell?" Mike growled. "The Phoenix Project needs new operatives. The killer you saw is our agent. His task is to create a hopeless situation. Those who survive receive an offer." Lisa grabbed the microphone. "We'll turn you in. Police, FBI." The man chuckled. "Your friend Kyle has already signed the contract. A helicopter will pick him up from the mine in 5 minutes. And you, decide. Join or become an accident." Jenna suddenly pulled a pistol from Mike's belt. "Aim at the screen." "You killed my mother." Shot. The monitor exploded in sparks. "Now they're really coming for us," she said. "Let's run." A helicopter with tinted windows was waiting for them on the roof. Kyle, in his new uniform, stood with handcuffs in his hands. He dropped the handcuffs at their feet. "But I don't have a choice. My brother, he's being held hostage." An ultimatum sounded from the speakers. "Get in the helicopter or you will die." Lisa looked at Jenna. She nodded toward the edge of the roof. 3 meters away is a branch of an old oak tree. "Together," Lisa whispered. They jumped into the void, clinging to rotten wood. The helicopter shot up, but Kyle threw them a rope. "Hold on." The Blackthorn helicopter shot up, but an oak branch cracked under their weight. Kyle, hanging by one hand, managed to hook the rope to an iron hook on the roof. Down through the hatch. he shouted before the pilots came to their senses. They collapsed into the darkness of the attic. Kyle, limping, a bullet grazed his leg while escaping, pulled a tablet with the Blackthorn logo out of his backpack. "I have access to their database for 24 hours, he said, turning on the map. "Everything is here. Laboratories, prisons, recruitment centers. But the main thing is the headquarters in an old bunker under the city. There are servers with data." Jenna put a knife to his throat. "Why should we believe you?" "Because my brother is in this bunker." Kyle showed a photo, a teenager in an orange jumpsuit with the number Group B09. "They took him for his father's debts. If we destroy the servers, they will lose leverage." The bunker turned out to be under an abandoned supermarket. Lisa noticed the details. The parking lot was too clean, and there were fresh tire tracks. "Security cameras," Mike pointed to the ventilation grills. "But I know the hole." They made their way through the storm drain system to the basement. There, among the rusty conveyors, was a door with a biometric lock. Kyle took the severed finger of Agent Blackthorn from his backpack. It worked. Inside there are glass capsules with people. Some were in comas, others were screaming soundlessly, hitting the walls. On the monitors, indicators: fear, 94%. Aggression, the level is critical. "It's a soldier factory," Lisa whispered. "They turn people into weapons." Jenna suddenly stopped at capsule number 5. Her mother is inside. Lively. She's like a guinea pig. All these years. Jenna punched the glass until Mike cracked the panel. The woman collapsed to the floor, ripping the tube out of her throat. "Jenna," she croaked, "you have to burn everything." The server room was behind a steel door with laser protection. Kyle turned off the system for 90 seconds using the code from the tablet. "Explosives to the main harnesses," Mike commanded, attaching TNT to the wires. But then the siren went off. Agent Blackthorn's face appeared on the screen. "Betrayal always has a price, Kyle." Gas cylinders came down from the ceiling. Janine's mother, remembering her survival instincts, pulled out a fire axe. "Run. I'll hold them off." She kicked down the door, letting in a flood of agents. A firefight began. They made it. The explosion blew up the servers, and with them, dossiers on thousands of people, experimental plans, and financial flows. Blackthorn lost control. Chaos awaited them on the surface. The media cameras, attracted by the anonymous mailing, the work of Lisa's hacking, broadcast footage from the bunker. Relatives of the subjects stormed the fences. But the victory was bitter. Jenna's mother died covering their retreat. Kyle, having found his brother in the cell, could not wake him up. The boy was connected to a system that erases consciousness. "He's an empty shell now," Kyle sobbed. "We're too late." In a month, Lisa hacked the remaining databases and leaked the data to the network. The Phoenix Project became public knowledge, but Blackthorn changed its sign and went into the shadows. Mike gathered a group of survivors, former victims, scientists with remorse, hackers. Their base is a catacomb under another abandoned school. Jenna, with the tattoo number 5 on her wrist in memory of her mother, kept a diary. Last entry. "They think we're broken. But fear is not a chain. This is fuel. We'll find every rat they have. We'll burn down all their nests. And let's start with you, Father." They gathered in the basement of the new base. Lisa, Mike, Jenna. Kyle had died a week earlier. He was found in a car with his veins cut and a note: "Resistance is useless." "We have the last file." Lisa entered the password on the laptop. Coordinates of the main Blackthorn laboratory. The door slammed shut. The lights went out. When the flashlights tore the room out of the darkness, they saw Jenna. She was standing with a gun pointed at Lisa. Her voice sounded flat, like a robot's. "They gave me a choice. You or my sister." Shot. Mike fell, clutching at his throat. Lisa lunged at him, but Jenna fired again. The bullet pierced the kneecap. They implanted the chip while I was in their captivity. Jenna methodically broke Lisa's fingers, ripping out the flash drive with the coordinates. I saw everything. I heard it. You called my dad yesterday. He's their rat too. A cold voice poured out of the speakers. Thank you for your help in eliminating the radical wing. Your data is already in the updated Phoenix project. Lisa, bleeding profusely, crawled to the vent. Jenna didn't finish her off. Lisa wakes up in a white room. Her body is chained to a chair with electrodes on her temples. There is a screen on the wall. Broadcast. Mike, with his vocal cords cut out, participates in arena fights. Jenna, in a blackthorn uniform, trains new recruits. Her eyes are empty. Subject number 41, a voice says, "Let's start the final test." A girl about 7 years old is brought into the room. Lisa is electrocuted until she picks up a knife lying on the table. "Kill her, or we'll kill your grandmother." An old woman with a gag in her mouth appears on the screen. The girl is crying, holding out her hand to Lisa. Last shot, the knife falls to the floor. The camera captures Lisa, growling with horror and hatred, strangling the child. On the screen there is an inscription. Protocol number 41 is completed. The agent is ready for implementation. Somewhere on the air is her father's laughter. Laurelview Hotel was once a symbol of luxury. It was opened in an era when railways connected the continent, and travelers paid for soft beds and hot water. But decades of neglect have turned it into a ghost of its former greatness. Peeling paint, cracked windows, carpets smelling of mold and despair. The new owners bought it for a song, planning to turn it into a boutique hotel for fans of authentic retro. They hired workers, started demolishing the old partitions, and then found room 217. She wasn't on the plans. She wasn't mentioned in the old registration books. She appeared as if she had broken through the wall when the storage room on the third floor was being demolished. Inside there is wallpaper the color of dried blood, a bed with a torn canopy, and oddities. The worker who first went inside hanged himself in the garage 2 days later. He left a note, "She's still there." The owners put it down to stress. But when the second person, an electrician who was inspecting the wiring in the room, jumped out of the window, the repair was suspended. Local newspapers called it the curse of Laurelview, but the real story was worse. I found out about room 217 through an anonymous forum. A user named Nightwatcher_91 wrote, "If you want the truth, look under the floor." I am Mark Teller, an investigative journalist specializing in urban legends. My last article exposed hospice fraud, but this smelled like something real. I rented a room at the Laurelview under the guise of a blogger making videos about historic hotels. The manager, Mrs. Graves, a woman with eyes like wet asphalt, warned, "The third floor is closed for renovation." But I got there at night, when the corridors were buzzing with drafts, and the lantern picked out scraps of wallpaper from the darkness. Room 217 was locked. I forged the lock with a screwdriver, a skill I acquired as a student. The air inside was thick, as if it hadn't been ventilated in decades. On the table was a folder with newspaper clippings from the 70s, articles about missing girls, photos from roadside cameras. They all stayed here. Everyone was disappearing. I found a trapdoor under the carpet. The rusty hinges creaked as I lifted it. There was a narrow staircase at the bottom, and a closet-sized room at the end. The walls are covered with a film, like in an operating room. There are VHS tapes on the shelves, marked with dates and names. Linda, 1974. Sarah, 1978. Amy, 1982. I inserted one into a portable player. Black and white image, a girl in room 217. She cries, scratches the door, shouts at the camera, "He's coming." He always comes. Then a male voiceover, "Let's get started." Ripples filled the screen. On the back of the tape was written, "Watch and learn." The next day, I returned to the room with a camera and a flashlight. It was necessary to find a connection between the missing and those who filmed these films. I noticed a ventilation grate in the corner. Beyond it is a tunnel leading to the next room. There was an old projector, and on the wall there were pictures of girls pinned with pins. They were all smiling. I've seen them all on tapes. There was a notebook in the desk drawer. Medical jargon entries. Experiment number 12. Suppression of the will through sensory deprivation. The subject resists. A dose adjustment is required. Signature, Dr. E.H. In the evening, I went down to the hotel bar. The bartender, a guy with a spider tattoo on his neck, poured me a whiskey. "You're not the first one who's interested in the third floor," he said, wiping his glass. 2 years ago, a scribbler was digging around here. He was found in the elevator shaft. An accident, they say. I asked about Dr. E.H. The bartender paled. Elliot Hargrave. He lived here in the 70s. They said he treated veterans for PTSD. But after the scandal with the patient who blew himself up in the cafeteria, Hargrave disappeared. At night, I sneaked back into room 217. The ventilation tunnel led to the basement. There I found a metal door with a combination lock. There are traces of dragging on the floor. A child's shoe was lying nearby. My phone vibrated, a message from an unknown number. "You've already become part of the experiment." I tried to open the door using the dates from the tapes. Code 1974. Click. Inside there is a laboratory, an armchair with straps, a cabinet with ampoules, journals with notes. Hargrave didn't treat people. He was breaking them. There was an envelope with my name on it. Inside is a photo of me taken this morning when I was buying coffee. On the back, "You're next. Run away." I heard footsteps. Someone was coming down to the basement. The footsteps approached, heavy and methodical. I put out the flashlight and pressed myself against the cold metal wall. The light from the hallway cut through the darkness of the basement. The silhouette of a man in a work uniform, with a tire iron in his hand. His face was hidden in shadow, but I recognized the spider tattoo on his neck. Bartender. He stopped at the laboratory door, listening intently. I held my breath, and my hand gripped the screwdriver so tightly that the bones cracked. Suddenly, he abruptly turned around and moved along the wall, hitting the pipes with a tire iron. The sound of iron cut through the silence. Knock, knock, knock. I crawled over to the ampoule cabinet, trying not to touch the glass flasks. The labels read, Propofol, Midazolam, Ketamine. On the shelf below them are syringes with dried blood. The bartender was already a meter away, his boots creaking from the sand. I bent down and felt a piece of wire on the floor, hard, with sharp burrs. He froze, as if he had caught movement. His flashlight slid over my leg. "Come out, scribbler." The voice was calm, almost friendly. "It's going to be worse for you." I threw the wire into the opposite corner. Metal clanged against concrete as the bartender lunged for it, the tire iron whistling through the air. I jumped for the door, but he turned around faster. The blow landed on his shoulder, and pain shot through his collarbone. I fell to my knees, the screwdriver slipping from my fingers. "Did you think they wouldn't find you?" He put his boot on my throat. "Everything is ours here. And the doctor? He doesn't like nosy people." The edge of a photograph was sticking out of the pocket of his jumpsuit. I lunged, grabbed a syringe from the floor, and plunged the needle into his thigh. The bartender roared, "Let go of me for a second." I grabbed the tire iron, twisted it out of his hand, hit the temple with the handle. He sank to the floor, wheezing. He has a bunch of keys and a wallet in his pocket. Driving license, Lucas Graves, Mrs. Graves' son. In the wallet is a photo of a woman with copper-colored hair. Linda, 1974. The one from the tape. I ran towards the stairs, limping. There are voices above. Someone was shouting, "He's in the basement." The heavy doors of the elevator shaft creaked in the wind. I squeezed into the narrow maintenance tunnel behind the boiler, clutching the tire iron. Through a crack in the wall, I saw them. Mrs. Graves in a black dress, 2 workers with knives. She was on the phone. "Yes, doctor." He found a laboratory. "No, I didn't manage to destroy the records." "Good. Will you bring a new batch today?" She flicked the lighter, brought the flame to the folder with the documents. The flame licked the paper. Transportation report. Cargo number 45. 10 units. The destination is Sunrise Clinic. I took out my phone and filmed what was happening. The screen flashed. A message from Nightwatcher_91. Exit through the boiler room. Run while you're alive. The boiler room was a maze of rusty pipes. I stumbled over a box of empty Sunrise Pharmaceuticals label bottles. At the end of the corridor is a door with an emergency sign. I knocked it out with my shoulder, rolled out into the backyard of the hotel. Wet asphalt, the smell of rotting leaves. Beyond the fence is a forest. I ran without looking back. After 100 meters, the headlights picked out a black van from the darkness. 2 masked men got out of it. "Get down." Someone grabbed my jacket and dragged me into the bushes. A woman's voice. "Shut up." The van drove towards the hotel. The woman opened her hand. It was the redhead from the photo. "Linda, are you alive?" She examined my shoulder. "Listen, we don't have much time. Hargrave is not a human being. It's a brand. They buy old hotels, hospitals, and set up laboratories. They are testing drugs on volunteers." Volunteers. I wiped the blood from my lips. Those who will not be missed. Homeless people, prostitutes, tourists. In the 70s, Hargrave worked for the military, creating a truth serum. Now he's selling it to corporations. Those who resist. She pointed to the scar on her neck. They call it the purge. Why are you alive? I ran away. I thought he was dead. But he changed his name, his face. She handed me a flash drive. It's all here. Contracts, lists of victims, correspondence. If I die, publish it. Dogs barked from behind. Linda pushed me towards the river. Run to the bridge. There's a blue car. Don't stop. I didn't ask how she knew. He ran. Shots rang out behind him. A blue Honda was waiting around the corner. The driver is an elderly man with glasses. Mark. He opened the door. Sit down. We'll take you to a safe place. Who are you? We are the ones who are trying to stop them. He started the engine. Hold on tight. Through the rearview mirror, I saw a van coming out of the woods. The van was roaring 2 meters away from the bumper. The driver of the Honda swerved sharply onto a dirt road. The car bounced on bumps. Silhouettes of abandoned warehouses flashed in the darkness. Where are we going? I shouted, clinging to the door handle. Intercept. The man dropped the walkie-talkie into his lap. They've blocked the highway, but I know a way around. A voice from the walkie-talkie. Alpha Group, target in Zone 7. Eliminate before data transmission. The rear-view window shattered from the bullet. I ducked down and took out a flash drive. There is a snake-shaped scratch on the case. Do you have a laptop? I asked. In the glove compartment. I opened it. The encrypted folder on the flash drive required a code. I remembered the inscription from the tape. Watch and learn. Introduced 1974 Linda. Access is allowed. Documents, videos, lists. Sunrise Clinic was just a node in the network. Pharmacological trials on humans in dozens of countries. Politicians, judges, CEOs of corporations are all in the mix. Look. The driver pointed to the GPS. A signal was flashing on the screen. We were being followed through my phone. I threw it out the window, but the van wouldn't let up. The driver braked sharply, and the van sped past. We drove into a dilapidated hangar. Here. The man jumped out, pulling me towards the trapdoor in the floor. Quickly. Below us is a bunker with servers and screens. There is a world map with place marks on the wall. I'm Carl. He took off his glasses. Former biochemist at Sunrise. They killed my daughter when I tried to leave. He connected the flash drive to the server. The data started uploading to the network. We have 3 minutes until the system blocks the leak. Carl glanced at the cameras. They're already here. On the surveillance screens, men in black were getting out of the van. Among them is Mrs. Graves with a shotgun. The exit is through the tunnel. Carl pointed to the pipe. It leads to the river. The boat is waiting. And you? I'll finish what I started. He took out his pistol. I climbed into the chimney, hearing screams and gunshots behind me. The tunnel led down into the icy water. I dived, following the sound of the current. He surfaced at an old dam. There was no boat. There are tire tracks on the shore. Suddenly, the headlights blinded me. Good evening, Mark. A man in a white coat came out of the shadows. Dr. Hargrave. His face was unnaturally smooth, as if a novice had used a plastic surgeon. You have exceeded my expectations. He nodded at the guard. He hit me with a stun gun. The pain from the electric shock was replaced by an icy chill. I woke up chained to a chair with leather straps. The room resembled a sterile operating room. White tiles, bright lamps, the smell of bleach and something sweet, like in a morgue. Syringes, scalpels, and a vial of clear liquid are on the table next to it. Label, SEEB-74, an inhibitor of free will. Party number 9-inch. Dr. Hargrave was standing at the monitor, examining my vital signs. Do you know why all your predecessors lost? He turned around, holding my flash drive in his hands. They believed in the truth. And the truth is poison. I yanked at the straps, but they bit into my wrists. Monsters are the ones who pay me. Politicians who want to control the rioters. Businessmen who dream of obedient employees. Even parents who are ready to turn their children into perfect robots. He came closer, emptiness reflected in his eyes. I'm just a tool. The door opened. Mrs. Graves came in, pushing a cart with an EEG-like device in front of her. The drug is ready, doctor. Her voice sounded like the rasp of metal. Hargrave pulled on his gloves. You will be our triumph, Mark. A self-exposed journalist. After the injection, you will write that all this is the nonsense of an addict. And then, he held the syringe up to the light. You will be the perfect courier. The mind is mine, the body is yours. The needle entered the neck. The world swam. I saw Mrs. Graves connecting electrodes to my temples. The screen blinked, frontal lobe suppression, 40%. Suddenly, a siren rang. A message popped up on the monitor. System hacking. Data leakage is 100%. What have you done? Hargrave slammed his fist on the keyboard. Carl's voice came from the walkie-talkie, hoarse and choppy. I made it. The pop of a gunshot, then silence. Hargrave ran out of the room, shouting to the guards to shut down the server room. Mrs. Graves ran after him. The injection slowed down my movements, but I noticed that one electrode was not fixed. With difficulty, I reached the metal plate with my tongue and touched it. Electric shock. The pain brought back clarity. I yanked at the straps, tearing the skin on my wrists. There was a scalpel on the table, and I grabbed it and cut the straps on my legs. The hallway was empty. There are traces of blood on the floor leading to the elevator. Inside is the corpse of a guard with a knife in his throat. Carl was lying next to her, holding a portable hard drive in his hands. "Take it," he whispered. "Everything is there." I picked up the disc. There is an engraving on the case, "Sunrise. The Pavlov Project." The elevator opened on the ground floor. There was a fire in the lobby. The guards were putting out the fire in a panic, and the guests were running out of the front door. All this was a cover for Hargrave's evacuation. I went out the back door and into the parking lot. A black limousine with tinted windows was starting the engine. I hid behind a trash can and took out Carl's phone. The last video on the screen, Hargrave gets into a limo with a suitcase. The coordinates have been sent. Wait for the signal. A message from Linda. The roar of the engine. The limo pulled up to the gate. I jumped into the back of a Sunrise truck parked nearby. Inside there are boxes with ampoules and the girl's body in a transparent bag. Amy, 1982. Her face was disfigured by chemical burns. The truck started moving. I heard the driver's voice through the crack in the partition. "The base is 20 miles away. The doctor wants to start the tests before dawn." We drove for an hour. We stopped at an abandoned military base. Hangars surrounded by barbed wire, cameras on towers. The driver got out, shouting to the technicians to unload the cargo. I got out through the tailgate and made my way to the ventilation shaft. Inside there is a maze of air ducts. Through the bars, I saw the lab. Hargrave was injecting a drug into a handcuffed teenager. "This is a new generation," he told the assistant. "They won't ask questions. They won't be afraid." Suddenly the light went out. Sirens wailed. Linda, covered in blood, jumped out of the shadows, shooting at the generator. "Mark!" She threw the gun at me. "Destroy the servers." Hargrave ran to the elevator. "I'll follow him." The elevator led to the underground level. The door opened into a room covered with screens. There are faces on them. Politicians, celebrities, children. Everyone is connected to the system. They're already part of the project. Hargrave pressed the button. "You destroy me, you kill them." On the table is a laptop with a Pavlov interface. I inserted Carl's CD. The virus started erasing the data. "No." Hargrave drew his knife. We struggled among the blinking screens. He plunged the blade into my side, but I managed to hit his arm with a taser. His face twitched, and the skin on his cheek tore, revealing scars. "Look at you!" I shouted. "You're their guinea pig." He froze, touching his face. At this point, the virus has shut down. The screens went blank. The sirens stopped. Hargrave staggered over to the mirror. "Who am I?" His voice was trembling. "What have they done to me?" He smashed the mirror, grabbed the shard, and slit his throat. Linda found me at the servers. The data went to the media. She showed the news broadcast. Footage from Hargrave's experiments was playing on all channels. But this is not the end. Sunrise is just one Hydra head. We came to the surface. Dawn was turning the sky blood red. "Where to now?" I asked. "Into the shade." Until they found us, she got behind the wheel of the Jeep. "Are you going to keep digging?" I looked at the data disk. My name was on the list of candidates somewhere in there. "I will." The Jeep disappeared into the dust. But I remained standing, holding in my hands the only weapon, the truth, from which there is no escape. The city greeted us with concrete silence. Linda drove the Jeep through the back streets, avoiding the cameras. I was flipping through the files on Carl's CD. Among the thousands of documents, a name surfaced: Operation Mirror, infiltration into law enforcement agencies. A list of Sunrise agents in the police, the prosecutor's office, even the FBI. "They're everywhere," I whispered, showing Linda the screen. So, you can't trust anyone. She turned into the industrial zone. We need an ally. Not from their list. We stopped at a garage with a sign that read Electronics Repair. Behind bars is a man in his 60s, with a soldering iron in his hand. Linda tapped on the glass with a special rhythm. Old man, it's me. Open. The old man, who introduced himself as Irwin, turned out to be a former military communications officer. His workshop is a facade. Inside there is a server room with clean communication channels and an archive of merged documents for 20 years. Hargrave was a small fish. Irwin brought up a diagram on the screen. Here is Sunrise. Here are their partners. Pharmaceutical giants, private military companies, banks. Everyone is connected through offshore companies. To take them head on is suicide. Then how? I asked. Through a weak link. He enlarged a part of the diagram. Kronos Bank. They launder money for all transactions. If you crack them, you'll get access to the entire network. At night, we made our way into the Kronos building through the ventilation. The security system was turned off by Irwin, but I heard footsteps on the 3rd floor. A guard with a dog. Linda pressed herself against the wall and took out the silencer. Don't shoot, I pointed to the switchboard. I closed the contacts with a screwdriver. The sparks blinded the dog, and it tore away, dragging the guard with it. We broke into the server room. Linda connected Irwin's device, and the virus started downloading data. 30 seconds, she looked at the progress bar. On the camera screen, I saw the elevator coming up to us. 10 armed men in masks. They're here. We broke out the window, went down the fire escape. Bullets were flying from above. Irwin was waiting on the ground in a stolen van. Drive. Linda pulled me inside. The data from Kronos turned out to be a nuclear bomb. Transfers to senators, contracts for the supply of drugs to conflict zones, videos from tests on prisoners of war. But the key was a file called the Omega Protocol, a plan for the introduction of S-74 into the water supply system of large cities. Irwin passed the data on to trusted journalists, but an hour later his workshop was wiped off the face of the earth by a kamikaze drone. We barely managed to escape. They know we're here, Linda said, driving the van along the deserted highway. We need to publish everything now. No, I opened my laptop. The Omega Protocol is activated after 48 hours. If we put this online, they will speed up the plans. We must strike first. How? They have a laboratory for the production of S-74. Let's destroy it. The laboratory was located in a port terminal disguised as a fish cooler. We got in there with a truck loaded with liquid nitrogen. The guards change every 2 hours. Linda studied the schedule. We have a window of 15 minutes. We went to the workshop in plumber masks. Giant bioreactors were boiling with green liquid. I set the explosives, and Linda faked the camera data. Everyone, run. The alarm went off as soon as we got outside. The terminal burst into a ball of fire. The newspapers wrote about the tragic accident the next day, but the files of the Omega Protocol were already circulating on the dark net. Governments have launched investigations. Linda and I were sitting on the roof of an abandoned hotel, watching the sunset. It's not a victory, she said. They will rebuild the laboratory in a month. But now the world knows the truth. And we have something to dig into further. She nodded, pulling out a new CD marked Project Icarus. Somewhere below, in the shadow of the neon signs, we were already being watched. But this was only the first round in a war where the human mind is at stake. Linda and I stood on the roof, watching the city lights twinkle in the rain. She handed me the Icarus Project CD, but there was something familiar in her eyes. It's cold. Calculating. Open it, she said. It's got everything you need for the final blow. I inserted the disk into the laptop. The screen was filled with files on genetic modifications, blueprints for mind control implants. And suddenly, a video. I'm on the screen, in Hargrave's lab, strapped to a chair. Voiceover. The subject demonstrates resistance to C-74. It is recommended to proceed to the mirrored stage. The introduction of false memories to manipulate behavior. What is it? I whispered, but Linda was already holding a gun to my temple. Thanks, Mark. You played your role perfectly. She sounded like a robot. The Omega Protocol was a decoy. The real goal is to get you to destroy the old Sunrise network while we launch the new one. A clean one. Untraceable. I backed away, but she shot me in the leg. Pain shot through his body. Did you think Carl accidentally found you at the hotel? She chuckled. We gave you all the strings ourselves. Even Hargrave was expendable. His death is a theater for idealists like you. She bent down, snatching the CD from my hands. The Icarus Project is not about control. This is evolution. People will ask for implants themselves to become smarter, faster, and more obedient. And you, she cocked the trigger, will be a martyr. A hero who died in the fight against corporate evil. The shot rang out, but the bullet missed. A man in black jumped out of the darkness. Hargrave. His throat was wrapped in a bloody bandage, and his face was contorted with rage. You traitor, he wheezed, grabbing Linda by the throat. They collapsed on the concrete, fighting for their weapons. I crawled towards the stairs, blood trickling down the steps. Sirens could be heard from below. The police, the media, everything according to Linda's plan. On the landing between the floors, I came across Irwin's corpse. In his hand is a note. They implanted a chip in her. Find the frequency of 122.7 megahertz. There is a portable radio transmitter in my pocket. I turned it on, entered the frequency. Linda, who was crushing Hargrave at the edge of the roof, suddenly froze. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and blood gushed from her ear. The chip overheated. No, she whispered, releasing Hargrave. I don't. He pushed her, and she disappeared over the railing. Hargrave, wheezing, crawled towards me, but I pressed the transmitter button again. His body jerked, and he went still. I saw cameras down there, among the police cars. The journalists shouted, "He's alive! A hero!" I lifted the disc as if I were going to crush it. The crowd screamed. But instead, I put it in my pocket. Started with the fact that old Earl, the owner of the rottenest barn in the area, was found in a ditch off Highway 377. His body was torn apart as if a combine harvester had passed through him. The sheriff attributed it to a pack of feral dogs, but the locals whispered, "That's him." A dog's head. The legend of the dog's head has been told for decades. It was said that in the 50s, the military tested drugs in these places to increase the endurance of soldiers. One of the subjects, a former prisoner named Dog, escaped into the woods after drugs turned his skin into scaly armor and his teeth into spikes. Since then, he has been seen here and there, a two-legged silhouette with an elongated muzzle, howling at the moon. But the real nightmare began when children began to disappear in the neighborhood. Rachel arrived in the town 3 days ago. Her brother, Cody, disappeared after a party at the quarry. The police did nothing, so she searched the forest herself until she came across an old military base. Abandoned hangars, rusty barrels labeled biohazard, and footprints. Too big for a dog, too deep for a human. At night, she was awakened by a knock on the window. On the windowsill was Cody's toy, a stuffed wolf with its belly ripped open. There was a finger inside. Child. Mark, the local mechanic, agreed to help. His son disappeared 2 years ago. All this time he was collecting data. Photos from surveillance cameras, radar recordings, scraps of cloth with fangs. "It's not an animal," he said, spreading the map out in front of Rachel. "Look, All the losses are along the old gas pipeline. It leads to the mines. They set off in Mark's truck. On the way, he told how 10 years ago he got a job at a construction site in the forest. They worked at night, wearing hard hats with tinted windows. They were building something underground. One dude ran away. He was caught, but when the handcuffs were removed, his hands were scarred. It was as if he was gnawing on himself. The mine turned out to be a trap. The elevator crashed down as soon as they entered. The ground smelled of formalin and rotten meat. The walls were covered with bloody claw marks. "It's not a dog's head," Rachel whispered, shining her flashlight at the cages. "They have bones in collars." Mark found a diary with the logo of a private military company. Last entry, sample number 12 shows aggression. "I had to eliminate the staff. We recommend flooding the mine." Then they heard a growl. He came out of the shadows, hunched over, in tatters of his uniform. His face was hidden by a mask of leather and wire, but his eyes were human. Crazy, but human. Rachel took a step forward, but Mark pulled her away. The dog's head was holding a knife in his hand. The blade glistened with fresh blood. "He's not your brother. That's what they turned him into." Mark pushed Rachel into a side tunnel. "Run." His scream doomed the echo. Rachel ran, stumbling over the bones, until she fell into the pit. At the bottom is a room with monitors. On the screens, children in cages, men in black uniforms injecting syringes into them. And Cody. They tied him to a table while howling was coming from the speakers. She woke up from the cold. The water was rising up to my ankles. The dog's head was standing over her, holding Mark's head. The mask came off, revealing a face covered with tumors and scars. "They made U.S. watchmen." The creature wheezed. "You're next." Rachel hit him with a crowbar. The bone cracked, but the dog's head laughed. "I'm not in charge." The water gushed out with a roar. The last thing Rachel saw was figures in black descending on cables. She was found a week later, in a condition that even pathologists refused to describe. She survived. But when the sheriff brought her to the station to identify her brother, she screamed. Cody was in the cell. His skin was covered with black stitches, his teeth were sharpened, and in his hand was a stuffed wolf. He smiled and said in the voice of a dog's head, "Sister, you're part of the pack now." Rachel staggered back, hitting her back against the cell bars. Cody stood up slowly, his movements unnatural, like bones creaking on hinges. "They implanted his voice in me. His memory." He touched the scar on his neck, from where a piece of wire protruded. "But I'm not him. I'm better." The sheriff laughed behind her back. When Rachel turned around, he took off his hat, revealing the absence of his left ear. In its place was a metal implant with a red LED. "Welcome to the updated Phoenix Project, Ms. Graves." The cell door slammed shut. Cody handed her a knife, the handle of which was wrapped in hair. "Choose whether to join or become fertilizer for the next batch." Rachel stabbed him in the stomach with the blade. Instead of blood, a black gel flowed out. Cody growled, grabbing her by the throat. "It's a pity. You could have been the queen of the pack." She was thrown into a truck with barred windows. There are other refuseniks inside. A man without a lower jaw. A girl with extra arms sewn to her shoulders. Everyone was silent except for one teenager, who was continuously banging his head against the wall. "They're taking us to the factory," the woman with the upturned eyelids whispered. "They'll clean it up." The truck stopped at a building that looked like a giant refrigerator. The inscription on the wall, "Blackthorn Biorecycling." The cleaning process turned out to be mechanical. People were led one by one into a room with a conveyor belt. Robotic arms with saws and crushers took them apart. bones into an acid bin, meat into a protein bar press, organs into glass cylinders labeled biofuels. Rachel pretended to be submissive and allowed the studded collar to be put on. She was taken to a workshop where stable samples collected weapons from body scraps. Cody's hand was on the table, now with a welded blade instead of a hand. "Find me," the collar whispered suddenly. Cody's voice. "They don't control the minds. There's a heart." The escape was a success thanks to a suicidal teenager. He detonated a grenade hidden in an empty eye socket. In the chaos, Rachel slipped out into the ventilation. The mines turned out to be alive. The walls pulsed like flesh, and the pipes writhed like intestines. Screams filled the air, a recording of the suffering of thousands of victims sewn into the ventilation. At the epicenter, she found a heart, a giant bioreactor made of fused bodies. Her mother's face flashed among them. "We're all part of the menu," Cody said, stepping out of the shadows. His body was now fused to the reactor mechanism. "They're feeding it to new soldiers. Our fear is the most delicious sauce." Rachel grabbed an axe that was lying in a pile of bones. "I'll set you free." "No," he smiled, and the reactor hummed. "You'll feed us." Half-human hybrids with saws instead of hands and stingers instead of tongues climbed out of the walls. The last thing Rachel managed to do was cut the main pipe. The explosion destroyed the factory. Survivors said they saw two people come out of the fire, a woman with a burned face and a creature holding her hand. A month later, new lunches appeared in school canteens. The children complained of a metallic taste. The labels read, "Fortified protein. Approved by Blackthorn." And in the forest, near the destroyed mine, they still find toy wolves. If you tear it up, there will be a note inside. "Thanks for the food. Love Pack." He didn't move like humans. His steps resembled the clicks of broken branches, short, sharp, with pauses, as if the bones were shifting inside the body. When he came out of the shadows, the first thing the victims noticed was the smell. Sweet, like spoiled honey, with an admixture of rotting apples. It smelled like chemicals that had been sprayed on him in the cage to stop tissue rejection. The face, if you could call it a face, was hidden by a mask of rough leather stitched with tendons. But underneath it is a network of tubes implanted directly into the skull. Some pumped cloudy fluid into the veins, while others pumped pus from infected wounds. When he breathed, the tubes hissed like snakes. The arms were longer than a human's, with double joints. The fingers ended not with nails, but with surgical blades bolted to the phalanges. There are scars on the palms. Letters, Beeb 12. The label of the sample from the 12th batch. The voice is the main weapon. He was able to imitate other people's voices, thanks to a chip implanted in his larynx. When he called the victim's name, the sound came from all directions at once, like an echo from a dungeon. But if you listened carefully, there was a creak in the intonation, as if old gears were grinding words. The clothes are scraps of a military uniform soaked in blood and pus. There is a patch with a half-erased inscription on the chest. The Dog-Headed Guardian. Protocol 66-inch. In his pockets he kept trophies, children's teeth wrapped in candy wrappers, and photographs of victims before transformation. The method of killing is a ritual. First, he broke the victim's fingers, putting a piece of coal into each fracture. To make hell burn brighter, he once explained to a surveillance camera, although no one asked. Then he ripped open his stomach, but did not touch the organs. Instead, he carved patterns on the skin, spirals like on his own scars. Weakness is light. The fluorescent lights made his skin bubble. An entry was found in Blackthorn's diary. Photosensitization is a side effect of Formula Number 9. Therefore, he hunted only at night, and during the day he hid in tanks with black slime, which slowed down the decay. The last detail is the scariest. When he was finally killed, shot in the base of the skull, worms flowed out of the wound. White, blind, grown in a laboratory to devour necrotic tissue. They continued to squirm, even being crushed by the sheriff's boot. It became clear that the dog's head wasn't the only nightmare released by Blackthorn. The town turned out to be a battlefield for a whole brood of creatures, each the result of a separate protocol. New monster, the Whisperer Spider. He was found in an abandoned school. Long bony limbs sticking out of the human torso like the paws of a spider. The face was a mask made of leather, sewn so tightly that the seams dug into the flesh. But the scariest thing is his ability to inject victims with the drug of truth. Those who survived the bite began to see hallucinations, the memories of other victims, the faces of the missing, and sometimes their own futures. Mrs. Clark, the librarian, was the first to be found after meeting the Whisperer Spider. She was sitting in the reading room, surrounded by books with torn pages. On her hands were written formulas identical to those found in Blackthorn's diary. When the sheriff tried to take her away, she screamed, "They're in the water! They're in the water!" The water tower turned out to be the next key. Dozens of bodies were floating in the tank, connected to tubes. Each is a hybrid of a human and a machine. LEDs with the numbers Beeb 13, Beeb 14, Beeb 15 were lit on their chests. Rachel, still hiding in the woods, found the diary of a traitorous scientist. Last entry. The spider protocol has failed. The samples lose control. I recommend flooding the zone. P.S. They know I'm writing this. They're in the walls. That night, her hideout was attacked. Not a dog's head or a spider. It looked like a child, with its face wrapped in bandages. His hands ended in scalpels. "Mom," the creature whispered in Cody's voice. "Play with me." Rachel fired, but the bullets only tore off the bandages. There was no face under them, just teeth growing out of the sockets. Rachel retreated, stumbling over the roots until her back rested against the trunk of a pine tree. A creature with teeth instead of eyes slithered after her, scratching the bark with finger blades. "Mom missed you." It clicked its tongue like a coiled razor. The shot rang out unexpectedly. The creature's head shattered into pieces, revealing a steel skull with microchips. A man in a ragged raincoat came out of the darkness with a shotgun in his hands. His face was hidden by a bark mask. "Run before they smell blood," he croaked, disappearing into the thicket. Rachel ran after him without asking any questions. The shelter turned out to be a bunker under a burnt-out church. There are maps, photographs, and wires connected to an old military server on the walls. The stranger took off his mask, revealing a face disfigured by burns and scars from stitches. "I'm Jacob, former Blackthorn engineer. They implanted a chip in me so that I could fix them." He pointed at the screen, where images of the hybrids flashed. The dog's head, the whispering spider. "These are flowers. The prickly mother will wake up tonight. She lived in a greenhouse hidden under a cemetery. Her body is a fusion of flesh and genetically modified flora. The veins were replaced by vines with thorns releasing neurotoxin. The victims, having been pricked, began to see her children. Half plants, half corpses that grew out of the ground like mushrooms after rain. She was a scientist. Jacob brought up a photo of a woman with glasses. Dr. Alice Wayne. She developed biofertilizer for Blackthorn, until she merged with her own creation. Rachel agreed to a crazy plan. Break into the greenhouse and burn the spores of the prickly mother before they get into the plumbing. Jacob gave her an ampoule with a poison inhibitor for plant DNA. If you inject it into the base of the stem, it will slow it down for an hour. No more. The greenhouse greeted them with silence. The glass walls were covered with black flowers with the smell of decay. The air was thick with spores that glowed like sparks in the dark. "Don't breathe," Jacob said, putting on his gas mask. "Spores germinate in the lungs in 20 seconds. They were walking between flower beds, pits where people were stuck up to their necks in the ground. Their mouths were filled with dirt, and orchids were growing out of their eye sockets. Prickly Mother was waiting in the center. Her lower body fused with the tree trunk, her arms turned into flexible whips with thorns. Instead of hair, there are roots reaching down to the floor. Jacob. Her voice sounded like the rustle of leaves. Have you come to give me your body? It will serve as a good fertilizer. He fired, but the vines caught the shot, licking off the metal. Rachel threw the ampoule with the inhibitor, and the greenhouse exploded in green fire. She woke up in the river. Jacob is dead, with mushrooms sprouting through his chest. There is a dictaphone in the pocket of his raincoat. Last entry. If you're hearing this, it means I've become part of the garden. The prickly mother is not the main one. She's just a pot for what grows beneath us. The roots go into the mines. There's a live reactor. He feeds on fear. Rip out his heart. Rachel climbed out onto the shore. The water underfoot was bubbling with bloody foam. There's a fresh footprint in the sand. Not a human being. Not a beast. Something in between. It was watching her from the forest. 6 eyes. 3 mouths. Bone plates instead of skin. There is a brand on his forehead, Beeb 0. Rachel crawled towards the forest, shivering from the cold and pain. It, B0, did not pursue her, only followed her with twinkling eyes as if waiting. She found a hunting lodge at the edge of the forest. Inside there is warm food on the stove, a loaded pistol on the table, and a walkie-talkie. Too perfect to be true. Turn on the radio, hissed the voice in her head. Cody's voice. She pressed the button. Rachel. This is Tom. I'm from the Resistance. We're coming to you. Hold on. An hour later, a jeep stopped at the cabin. 2 people got out of it, a man with a bear and a girl with a rifle. You're alive. Tom hugged her. We blew up their lab in the north. Left. He didn't finish. Rachel felt her hand reach for the gun of its own accord. No, she managed to whisper before the bullet tore through Tom's throat. The girl raised her rifle, but Rachel shot her in the knee, then in the stomach. Warm blood splattered on the walls. Wait. What are you doing? The girl screamed, crawling towards the door. Rachel stepped on her back. They're in my head. Sobbing, she put the gun to the back of the victim's head. I'm sorry. Shot. B0 entered the cabin. His mouth stretched into a kind of smile. Good girl. Now you are our best shepherd dog. It threw a photograph at her feet. It shows her grandmother sleeping in an armchair. There was a mark on the old woman's chest, target number 41. The choice is simple, the chip creaked in her brain. Kill her, or we'll send Cody to her. Rachel entered the house. The knife was shaking in her hand. Grandma turned around, her wrinkled face lit up with a smile that crumbled in horror when she saw her granddaughter's eyes, glassy like a fish on a counter. I'm sorry, Rachel gasped, stabbing into the blade. But at the last moment, the hand jerked to the side. The knife pierced a photograph on the wall, a picture of Rachel and Cody as children, where they laugh by the river. Grandma fell to the floor, covering her head with her hands. Rachel hissed, grinding her teeth in pain. The chip in her temple burned like a red-hot nail. They're in your phone. Grandma, trembling, crawled up to the table. The phone contains a voice message from an unknown person, a cipher and coordinates. A rumble outside. Beeb0 was breaking down the door. Rachel pulled out her gun and shot herself in the temple. Click. A misfire. Honey, B0's voice came through the walls. We've disabled all your toys. Rachel collapsed to her knees. Grandma disappeared into the basement, slamming the hatch. Don't worry, B0 hugged her shoulders like a loving father. They'll find her. In the meantime, we have a new mission for you. It handed her a folder. Inside there are photos of politicians, scientists, and journalists. On the cover, Phase 2, Infection of the Elites. Post-credits scene. A lab somewhere in Europe. A man in a suit signs a contract with the Blackthorn logo. The Global Flock project has been approved, he says, injecting himself with a syringe filled with black liquid. In the mirror, his reflection blinks with 6 eyes. The edge of the state, where endless cornfields merge with the forest, a town has been lost, whose name has long been erased from most maps. There were no shopping malls, no cinemas, just a gas station, a couple of snack bars, and a school that was closed for the summer to save on electricity. Life flowed slowly. Farmers got up at dawn, teenagers were bored on the porch of the store, and old people remembered the days when the train still stopped at the local station. Everything changed that day when a dead cow was found at the edge of the field. The animal was lying on its side, its belly was neatly ripped open, and the insides were laid out in a strange pattern resembling a smile. Farmer Jack Morris, who discovered the body, at first thought it was the work of coyotes, but the pattern left no doubt it was done by a man. The local sheriff, Tom Harper, waved it off, drunk teenagers playing with a knife. But a week later, Mrs. Clark's dog disappeared. The mongrel was found hanging by its paws on the playground, with its muzzle painted red. The rumors spread faster than a fire in the dry grass. High school students swore that they saw figures in baggy suits and white masks with painted smiles in the woods. Clowns, they whispered at church meetings. Satanists, the pastor corrected. But the real panic started when Emily Ross disappeared. The 10-year-old daughter of the owner of the diner disappeared on her way home from school. Her backpack was found by the side of the road, and next to it was a red plastic nose, drops of blood, and a note written in lipstick. The game is just beginning. The sheriff mobilized everyone who could hold a flashlight. The forest was combed, the wells were checked, but Emily seemed to disappear into thin air. Her father, Michael Ross, spent the night at the station, begging Tom to find some kind of clue. In the morning, he came out of his office pale, crumpling in his hand the second note he had left in the mailbox. She laughed the loudest. The town froze. Parents stopped letting their children out, shops closed at sunset, and people were now on duty with guns in cafes. But the clowns didn't stop. Every 3 days, a new victim appeared. A kitten with its throat slit in a baby carriage, a flock of sheep trapped in a burning barn, and then people. The first to die was Lucas Gray, a 17-year-old boy who went looking for Emily without permission. His body was found in a drainage ditch. His face was covered with makeup, and a wooden stake wrapped in colorful ribbons was sticking out of his throat. On Lucas' chest was a picture of his younger sister with her eyes gouged out and the caption, "Too close." Sheriff Tom, a former Marine, realized that he was not dealing with a gang of sadists, but with a well-organized group. There were no prints. The cameras at the gas station showed only shadows. The neighbors stopped trusting each other. What if a knife is hiding behind a friend's smile? And then the video came. At midnight, an unknown number sent a video to all residents. In the night vision footage, Emily Ross was sitting on a chair in the middle of a cornfield. Her face was painted like a clown's, and her mouth was sewn shut with thick thread. A distorted voice sounded off camera. "Do you want to know the rules of the game?" The next morning, the town looked like a military base. Men patrolled the streets with guns, women hid children in basements, and Sheriff Tom contacted the FBI. Agent Carter, who arrived by helicopter, examined the evidence and announced a harsh conclusion. This is not a ritual. This is revenge. Someone is settling scores with the whole city. That night, the clowns struck again. They broke into the Bennett family home, dragged the head of the family, Greg, into the yard and forced his wife, Linda, to look out the window. Greg was tied to a tree, and then slowly sheared, strand by strand, until his once thick hair was in tatters. "This is for 1998, one of the clowns hissed, thrusting a lock of hair tied with a child's elastic band into Linda's hand. When Agent Carter interrogated Linda, she confessed, sobbing, that Greg had once participated in the harassment of a classmate who committed suicide. He cut his hair in front of the whole school," she choked out. The FBI began to dig into the archives. It turned out that over the past 30 years, 14 suicides have occurred in the town, each related to violent bullying. The victims were different. Teenagers, teachers, even the pastor's wife, who was accused of cheating without proof. The clowns were clearly taking revenge for those they had forgotten. Meanwhile, fear was eating away at the city from the inside. Brothers Jacob and Ryan, who had been friends since childhood, almost killed each other out of suspicion. "You've been bullying the weak all your childhood. You're the one who attracted them," yelled Jacob, pointing the gun at Ryan. The sheriff barely separated them. The peak of the nightmare came when the clowns kidnapped 6 hostages and locked them in an abandoned circus tent on the outskirts of the forest. Among them was the sheriff's daughter, Sarah. There was a poster at the entrance. Sheriff Tom, Agent Carter, and 20 armed volunteers surrounded the tent. Through the broken windows, silhouettes in baggy suits could be seen pacing between cages with torches. The air smelled of gasoline and rotten wood. Sarah, pressed against the bars of the cage, shouted to her father, "They want you to come in alone." The clowns set a condition. For every armed man at the entrance, 1 hostage will be thrown out of the cage onto stakes dug under the arena. Tom ordered the group to retreat, leaving only himself and Carter. "Are you even human?" he barked, crossing the threshold. In response, a children's music box sounded, and the spotlight hit the center of the arena. 7 people in clown masks were sitting on chairs. 6 of them were silent, and the 7th, a tall man in a diamond-studded suit, spoke in a voice that seemed to be filtered through a metal filter. "Do you like games, Tom? You won yours when you turned a blind eye to how your friend Greg Bennett drove Danny Holt to suicide. You could have stopped him. But I preferred a career." The sheriff trembled. Danny Holt, the guy who hanged himself in 2003 after months of abuse, was his cousin. "Are you his father?" gasped Tom. Instead of answering, the clown took off his mask. Underneath it was the face of a man in his 50s, disfigured by acid. It was Edward Holt, Tom's uncle, whom everyone thought had died in prison. "You didn't even come to my funeral," Edward croaked. He took out a gun and threw it at the sheriff's feet. "Kill Carter, or I'll press the button and the cells will collapse." Agent Carter, analyzing the situation, noticed a detail. The wires from the explosives on the cages ran not to the console in Edward's hand, but to the floor. It was a bluff. He nodded to Tom, pretending to obey, and abruptly fired at the chandelier above the arena. Sparks tore through the darkness, and in the chaos, the sheriff rushed to Sarah's cage. The clowns, who turned out to be not mercenaries, but the same victims of bullying recruited by Edward, panicked. One of them, a teenager in a mask with a cracked smile, shouted, "I didn't mean to kill." He promised that we would only scare them. Edward, wounded in the shoulder, tried to escape through the basement, but stumbled upon a trap that he himself had prepared. A bear trap snared his leg. Tom caught up with him and tore off his wig, exposing the scars from the burns. "Why, after all these years?" the sheriff growled, pressing the barrel to his temple. "Because I saw how you became like them," Edward laughed, pulling out of his pocket a child's toy car that Danny had given Tom before his death. "Now you're going to lose anyway." There was an explosion outside. The gas tank of the patrol car exploded into the air, blinding the crowd. In the smoke, the clowns began shooting at their own accomplices, and the hostages got out of the cages and fled through a gap in the wall. Sarah, stumbling over a corpse in a clown outfit, found a photograph in his pocket, a school classroom where Tom, Greg, and others are captured beating Danny. There is an inscription on the back, "Everyone will answer." Meanwhile, Edward, bleeding profusely, crawled to the old van. The last surprise was waiting in the back, barrels of fuel tied to a timer. "In 10 minutes, the fire will clear this city." He pressed the button before Tom shot him in the chest. The fire engulfed the van in seconds, flames licking up barrels of fuel, spreading across the cornfield like a living storm. Tom, ducking from the heat, rushed to the trapdoor of the basement of the tent. There were hostages chained to rusty pipes. The air was filled with screams. Sarah's mother, Anne, was banging her head against the bars, trying to pull out the key stuck in the lock. Her fingers were sticky with blood and oil. "They've welded the chains," she howled as Tom jumped down. In the corner, under a pile of burnt costumes, A teenage clown of about 15 was swarming around, peeling glued silicone from his face. His real skin was covered with burn scars. "Help me." He promised that I would see my mother. The guy wheezed, handing him a photo of a woman with her throat slit. It was the pastor's wife who disappeared in 2010. Agent Carter, meanwhile, stepped on something soft in the smoky hallway. The flashlight picked out the body of Linda Bennett from the darkness. She was tied to a ceiling beam with wire biting into her wrists. The woman was alive. They poured acid on Greg. In the tank. Her voice trailed off as Carter cut the wire. There was a creak outside the door. The agent pinned Linda against the wall, but before he could, the butcher's hook pierced right through his shoulder. A clown in a bloody butcher's apron came out of the darkness, dragging Farmer Jack's body behind him. "You like barbecue, don't you?" he hissed, throwing a bloody piece of meat in Carter's face. Sarah, who had climbed out through the gap, stumbled over a corpse in a smiling mask. In his hand was a knife stuck in his own chest. "There's an engraving on the blade, for Emily." The girl looked up and saw a figure in a burnt wig crawling out of a burning cornfield. Edward, with a severed leg and intestines dragging on the ground, wheezed, "There. All. In the bunker," and collapsed face first into the mud. Behind him, in the fire, flashed the silhouette of a girl in a torn dress. Emily. Her stitched lips were moving, and her eyes had faded to a milky white. She waved her hand, pointing at a trapdoor in the ground, from which black smoke was pouring out. Tom, pulling the chain out of the walls with crowbar teeth, heard sirens wailing. The fire trucks were stuck in the mud half a mile from the tent. "No one is going to save us," he whispered, pulling a key with a Bunker 2003 tag out of Edward's pocket. Suddenly, the ground shook as the second barrel exploded. A piece of metal pierced Sarah's stomach. "Dad, I saw Emily. She's alive." The girl choked on the blood, pointing her finger at the hatch. There were dozens of cages in the bunker, under a 5-ton concrete hatch. They include those who were thought to be dead: Emily Ross with her vocal cords cut out, the pastor's wife with her hands cut off, Danny Holt. His decomposed body was strapped to a chair, with the same rope around his neck as in 2003. There was a projector on the wall. The running film showed footage of Edward abducting suicides for years, turning them into his dolls. "We're all clowns," his voice echoed. Tom, bleeding from burns, found a box of cans in the corner. The labels read, "Cyanide, for a fun ending." He turned at the sound of footsteps. Emily was standing in the doorway. The girl handed him the knife, her finger pointing at his heart. Behind her, in the smoke, loomed the shadows of those he could not protect. The knife in Tom's hand was shaking, reflecting the flicker of the fire behind him. Emily didn't blink. Her stitched lips stretched into an unnatural semblance of a smile, the threads digging into her swollen skin. The smell of rot was all around her, not from her, but from the cages behind her. The pastor's wife, with stumps instead of arms, was banging her head against the bars, spitting out blood clots. Her screams sounded like gurgling. Edward had burned out her tongue with a blowtorch. Tom took a step toward Emily, but the floor caved in under him. He collapsed into a narrow tunnel filled with bones. Jaws, ribs, small skulls, everything was mixed up with toys. Teddy bears, cars, dolls with gouged eyes. There was a rusty tape recorder on the wall. The button clicked with a creak. "Hello, Tommy," Danny's voice, recorded a week before his death. "They doused me with gasoline again today. Greg said he'd set it on fire if I paid. You stood there and watched. Why is that?" The recording was replaced by Edward's laughter. "I saved his voice. Do you think it's still in his throat?" Tom climbed out of the tunnel, peeling off the maggots swarming in his bones. Emily was gone. Instead, Agent Carter was standing by the cyanide crate. His shoulder wound was gaping, revealing a white bone. "They connected the barrels to the water supply," he wheezed. The poison is already in the pipes. The whole town will drink it at dinner. There were screams coming through the grate above. The remaining clowns dumped cyanide canisters into the bunker. The liquid hissed, evaporating into a green mist. Tom ran for the stairs, but the steps crumbled. The last path led through a tunnel with bones, straight into the sewer system. They crawled in the dark, feeling the walls covered with sticky mold. Carter suddenly screamed as his leg was grabbed from the pipe. Linda Bennett got out, her face sliding down like molten wax. He poured boiling water on me, while I watched Greg melt. Her fingers dug into Carter, pulling him deeper. Tom did not have time to react. The agent disappeared, leaving a trail of blood. The tunnel led Tom to the pumping station. On the table was an accounting journal with Edward's notes. December 10, 2003. D. Holt. The vocal cords have been removed. I started my training. May 7, 2010. M. Clark. The arms were amputated. The protests are weak. March 15, 2023. E. Ross. The eyes have been replaced with glass ones. Perfection. There were manuals lying nearby, photo albums of torture, DVDs of lessons where Edward forced victims to fake smiles by sewing cheeks to teeth with wire. There was an incubator in the corner with embryos in jars, an attempt to clone Danny. One of the fetuses stirred, staring at Tom with bleary eyes. There were pops from above as barrels of poison exploded. Tom ran to the exit, but stumbled over Sarah's body. Her hand was clutching her phone, a faint video of Emily, camera in hand, filming Edward rehearsing a speech in front of a mirror. They turned my son into a joke. Now the whole city will become his mockery. Suddenly, the headlights pierced the darkness. It's the FBI. But when Tom ran out with his hands up, the agents opened fire. The bullet took off his ear. He's one of them, someone shouted. I caught a glimpse of the mayor's face in the crowd, the one who bullied Edward at school 30 years ago. Tom was pinned to the ground. The last thing he saw was Emily, hiding behind a police car, inserting a key into the lock of a cyanide tank. Her fingers are folded into the shape of a heart. The city was drowned in a matter of hours. Cyanide, mixed with water, got into faucets, kettles, baby bottles. The old people in the nursing home were the first to die. Their bodies were found sitting at card tables, with parterre cards in their numb fingers. The nurse who found them was foaming at the mouth. She had drunk coffee made with contaminated water. A stampede began at the gas station, where the crowd was trying to stock up on water for future use. The gas tank, punctured by an accidental shot, exploded, turning dozens of people into burning torches. Laughter stood out among the screams as a clown in a firefighter's costume handed out bottles of clean water with childish drawings of smiling clowns on the labels. Emily watched the chaos from the water tower. Her face, scarred by thread and burns, was now hidden by a skin mask taken from one of the FBI prisoners. The eyes, replaced by glass balls with vertical pupils, reflected the fires. In her hands she held a remote control she had obtained from Edward's laboratory. Pressing the button activated speakers all over the city. "Are you still laughing?" Danny Holt's voice, edited with the screams of the victims. "Your children will rot in the ground, just like my son. Thank you, Uncle Tom." Sheriff Tom, handcuffed to a patrol car, saw the mayor of the city, panting, spitting out blood clots on the asphalt. "Why didn't you die then, along with Danny?" The official gurgled, falling face first into a puddle with a rainbow film of gasoline. In the bunker where Emily returned for the archives, the pastor's wife died by biting off her tongue. Her body was wrapped with ropes and hung from the ceiling like a puppet. Nearby, in the incubator, an embryo with Danny's face burst a glass flask. The larva, which looked like a cross between a human and an insect, crawled out into the ventilation. By morning, only those who drank alcohol from old stocks survived. The poison did not mix with alcohol. But another nightmare awaited them. Clowns in medical costumes rode around in a stolen ambulance, offering a vaccine. There was a paralyzing poison in the syringes. Those who agreed were taken to an abandoned school, where hooks with the inscription "Prom" were already hanging in the gym. Emily, sitting on the roof of the morgue where Danny's body had once been identified, was completing a map of a nearby town. There was a picture of Tom in her notebook. He was found in the sewer, with his face gnawed by rats. On the back is an inscription: "The next stop is your house." The final shot. The camera slowly moves away, showing how the smoke from the burning city merges with the storm clouds. On the road leading to the highway, a child in a torn raincoat wanders. A red nose protrudes from under the hood, and a teddy bear with gouged eyes dangles in his hand. A child's voice is heard behind the scenes. "Mom, I've made new friends. They'll teach you how to laugh." Forest has always been a place of peace for me. Since childhood, I have loved to walk among the trees, listen to the birds singing and inhale the scent of pine needles. But everything changed last fall. Then I decided to go hiking alone to take a break from the hustle and bustle of the city. I chose a remote forest area that I had heard about from friends. They said there were no tourists there, just wildlife and silence. That's exactly what I needed. I arrived at the place in the late afternoon. The forest greeted me with a thick fog that crept between the trees like a living being. The air was humid and cold, and the silence was so thick that I could hear my every step. I set up camp in a small clearing, pitched a tent, and lit a campfire. Everything seemed perfect. But at night, everything changed. I woke up to the sound. It was a thud, like someone hitting wood. I lay in the tent, listening. The knock came again, closer this time. I looked out, but there was only fog and darkness. The bonfire had almost gone out, only weak embers smoldered in the fire pit. I decided that it was probably an animal, and tried to go back to sleep. But after a few minutes, I heard a voice. He was quiet, almost a whisper, but I could make out the words, "You shouldn't have come here." I froze. The voice sounded so close, as if someone was standing right outside the tent. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside. The light was shining through the fog, but I couldn't see anyone. Only the trees that stood like silent sentinels. I went back to the tent, but I couldn't sleep. The voice repeated itself several more times, each time closer and more insistent. In the morning, I decided to leave. But when I packed my things and went to the car, I realized that I was lost. The forest that I knew like the back of my hand suddenly became a stranger. The trees were so close together that I couldn't tell which was north and which was south. I walked for several hours, but kept returning to the same clearing where I had set up camp. And then I saw her. There was an inscription carved on the tree directly above my tent. "You're not leaving." I was standing in front of the tree on which that ominous inscription was carved. My hands were shaking, and all I could think was, who did this? And why? I looked around. The forest was quiet, only the wind rustled the leaves, but this silence seemed unnatural. It was as if someone was watching me from behind the trees. I decided not to stay in the clearing. I took my backpack and a flashlight and went deeper into the forest, hoping to find my way to the car. But the deeper I got, the stronger the feeling became that I wasn't alone. Sometimes it seemed to me that someone was following me. I turned around, but I didn't see anyone. Only the trees that stood so close to each other that they seemed like a wall. A few hours later, I came across an old hut. It was dilapidated, with rotten walls and a sunken roof. I got closer and saw that the door was slightly ajar. It was dark inside, but I noticed that there were some things lying on the floor: empty food cans, scraps of clothes, rusty tools. Someone lived here. And, apparently, recently. I wanted to leave, but then I heard a sound. It was a faint moan, as if someone was in pain. I froze. The sound was repeated, louder this time. He was coming from the depths of the hut. I picked up a stick to defend myself and went inside. There was a man lying in the corner of the room. He was thin, almost skeletal, with a dirty beard and tousled hair. His eyes were closed, but he was breathing. I got closer and saw that his leg was injured. The wound looked fresh, and there were traces of blood around it. "Who are you?" I asked, but the man didn't answer. He just moaned again. I bent down to examine the wound, and then he grabbed my arm. His eyes opened, and I saw panic in them. "Go away," he whispered. "He's here." "Who's there?" I asked, but the man had already lost consciousness. I felt a chill run down my spine. Someone was in the woods. Someone who didn't want me to leave. I decided to help this man, but for that I had to find water and something for bandaging. I left the hut and went to the nearest stream that I had heard before. But when I returned, the hut was empty. The man disappeared. There were only traces of blood on the floor that led to the door. I went outside and saw that the tracks continued into the forest. They were fresh, as if someone was dragging him along. I followed the tracks. They led deep into the forest, to where the trees stood so close to each other that they barely let in any light. A few minutes later, I came across a clearing. In the center of it was a table on which lay tools, knives, ropes, an axe. And next to him was the man I saw in the hut. He was tied to a tree, his eyes were closed, but he was breathing. I wanted to go over, but then I heard footsteps. They were slow, heavy, as if someone was walking on gravel. I turned around and saw him. It was a man. Tall, with broad shoulders and a face hidden under a hood. He was holding an axe in his hands. He stopped a few meters away from me and looked at me in silence. I felt my legs give out, but I couldn't look away. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Who are you?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. It was the one who left the inscription on the tree. The one who stalked me. He didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the axe and walked towards me. I started running, not thinking about the direction. My legs carried me through the forest. I stumbled, fell, but got up and ran on. I could hear footsteps behind me, but I didn't look back. I knew that if I stopped, I would die. A few minutes later, I came across a road. It was an old primer, but for me it seemed like a salvation. I ran along it, hoping that someone would pass by. And then I heard the sound of an engine. It was a truck. I walked out into the middle of the road and started waving my arms. The driver stopped, and I saw that he was an elderly man with a beard. He looked tired, but kind. "What's wrong, kid?" he asked. "Help me," I gasped. "There, in the forest. He tried to kill me." The man frowned. "The forest? Are you talking about the Black Forest?" I nodded. "You're not the first one to escape," he said. "But you're the first survivor." He opened the door and motioned for me to sit down. I got in the cab and we drove off. I could feel the tension starting to subside, but then the man said, "Do you know who he is? The one in the forest?" I shook my head. "His name is Jacob Reynolds. He was a forester until he lost his mind. They say he killed his family and then hid in the woods. The police searched for him, but they never found him. He's like a ghost. He appears when he wants to, and disappears when he needs to." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Why is he doing this?" I asked. The man shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Maybe he just loves it. Or maybe he thinks that the forest is his home, and everyone who goes there is his guest." We reached the city, and the man dropped me off at the police station. I went inside and told him everything that had happened. They listened to me, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Who would believe that a maniac lives in the forest? The police were skeptical of my story, but nevertheless agreed to check the forest. They sent a squad, but returned a few hours later with nothing. "No trace, no evidence," said one of the officers. "Maybe you just imagined it?" I knew it wasn't just my imagination. I saw him. I saw his sacrifice. But there was no proof. No tracks, no bodies. Only my words against the empty forest. I returned home, but I couldn't find peace. Every night I dreamed of the forest. I saw his eyes, cold and empty. I heard his voice, "You shouldn't have come here." I'd wake up in a cold sweat, and Sarah would ask what was wrong with me. I couldn't tell her. I didn't want her to be afraid. But after a few days, I realized that I couldn't just leave it. I couldn't live knowing that there was a man out there in the woods who was killing people and no one was trying to stop him. I decided to come back. Not alone, of course. I found 2 guys I used to work with. They were tough, strong, and I knew I could rely on them. I told them everything I had seen, and they agreed to help. We packed up our gear, flashlights, knives, and walkie-talkies in case we had to split up. We didn't intend to kill, but we didn't want to become victims either. When we arrived at the forest, it was already dark. The air was humid and cold, and the silence was so thick that I could hear my every step. We went inside, and I immediately felt fear squeeze my chest. But I couldn't show it. We walked slowly, lighting the way with lanterns. I led them to the clearing where I had seen the tool table. When we got there, the clearing was empty. The table was gone, and so were the tools. There were only footprints on the ground that someone had tried to erase. My friends looked at me suspiciously. "Are you sure you remember everything correctly?" Mike, one of them, asked. "I couldn't make it up," I replied. "He was here, and he knows we're here." We decided to split up. Mike and his brother, Tom, went one way, and I went the other. I knew it was stupid, but I wanted to find something that would prove my point. I walked slowly, lighting the way with a flashlight. A few minutes later, I heard a scream. It was Mike. His voice sounded like he was in agony. I ran towards the sound, but by the time I got there, it was too late. Mike was lying on the floor, his throat slit. Tom was standing over him, holding a knife in his hand. His eyes were blank, as if he didn't understand what was going on. What did you do?" I whispered. Tom looked at me, and I saw that his face was distorted with horror. He forced me," he said. "He said if I didn't do it, I'd die." Tom stood trembling, with a bloody knife in his hand. His eyes darted between me and the darkness of the forest, as if he expected him to appear from behind the trees any minute. The air thickened, the smell of blood mixed with the smell of rotten leaves. I stepped back, bumping into the trunk of a pine tree. "He's here," Tom whispered, and his voice broke into a hysterical laugh. "He's everywhere." Suddenly, the flashlight in my hand flickered and went out. The darkness swallowed us up. I heard Tom's breathing quicken, and his footsteps shuffled in my direction. He told me. "You're next," his voice sounded right in front of my face. I jerked to the side, tripping over the roots. My ears were ringing, and my heart was pounding as if it wanted to burst out of my chest. I heard footsteps behind me as Tom ran after me, growling like a hunted animal. Suddenly, the ground gave way under my feet, and I tumbled into a ravine. Hitting the rocks caused pain in his side, but the adrenaline drowned it out. Tom's silhouette froze at the top of the cliff. The flashlight in his hand was flashing, picking out a distorted face from the darkness. "Come out," he hummed as he swept the beam down the slope. "Playing hide and seek is boring." I pressed myself against the wet stones, trying not to move. His hand found something metallic, an old shovel with a broken edge. Somewhere in the distance, An owl hooted, and at that moment a ray of light slid over my leg. I found it! Tom jumped down, but I had already raised the shovel. The blow landed on his wrist, and the knife flew away with a clang. We fell to the ground, a mess of mud, blood, and leaves. His fingers dug into my throat, his eyes glittered with madness. "He's happy," hissed Tom. "You will." A gift. I hit him with my forehead on the bridge of his nose with all my might. A crunch, a scream, the grip loosened. Breaking free, I grabbed a knife and ran without looking back. The voices followed me, either Tom or him, overlapping each other in an eerie chorus. "You're not leaving. You won't leave. You won't leave." The trees intertwined into a palisade, branches scratched his face. I suddenly realized where I was running, to the clearing with the hut. The moon came out from behind the clouds, illuminating the rotten roof. The door was open now, and inside, Tom was lying on the floor. The same Tom who was chasing me just now. His glassy eyes stared at nothing, and there was a blue garrote mark on his neck. But how? He was there. The crunch of a branch behind my back. I turned around. He was standing in the doorway. The hood fell off, revealing his face, burnt skin fused with pieces of bark, as if the forest had grown into him. His axe hand slowly rose, pointing behind my back. I turned around. On the wall of the hut, words written in charcoal glowed in the moonlight. "All of you are mine." The axe whistled through the air. The forest closed around me like a giant living trap. The branches dug into his shoulders, grabbing at his skin with hooked knots. I lunged to the side, and something crunched in my shoulder, a dry arm of wood that broke off with a wet slurp. A warm liquid gushed out of a crack in the bark, smelling of copper and rot. He was following me. He didn't run, he swam, as if the roots had become his tentacles. The ground rose in waves under his steps, pushing bones to the surface in the tangles of the mycelium. A skull with a hollow in place of an eye socket rolled under his feet. His teeth snapped in the void. Oh, but I flew into a thicket where the trunks were so close that I had to turn sideways. The fog was thicker here. It clung to the skin with gelatinous threads. Something moved behind me, and when I turned around, I saw silhouettes slowly emerging from the fog. Mike with a gaping mouth, Tom with a crooked neck. Their feet did not touch the ground. "The game's not over yet," Mike rasped. His jaw dropped off, falling into the bracken with a thud. I ran, skinning myself against the bark. The air hummed, filled with the roar of cicadas. No, they weren't cicadas. It was the forest that was laughing. The mosses on the trunks pulsed, releasing spores that stung the eyes. Suddenly, the ground dropped out from under my feet. I fell into a pit studded with stakes. One of them stabbed into his side, piercing his flesh with cold fire. The earth fell from above. He stood on the edge, his fingers fused with the handle of the axe, becoming one with the weapon. His burnt face twisted into a smile as centipedes crawled out of the cracks on his cheeks, wriggling in time with his words. "Do you hear what they're calling?" The axe swung. I lunged to the side, and the blade bit into the log next to my head. The tree groaned, and black resin gushed from the wound. She burned her hand, sticking to the skin with living fibers. After getting out of the trap, I ran to the clearing where I had parked the car. His legs were buckling, and blood was oozing through his fingers, which were pressing the wound. The lantern had died an hour ago, but now I could see without light. The trunks glowed with pale decay, like bones in X-rays. The car. There she was, covered in cobwebs that pulsed like veins. I yanked open the door, and I was sitting inside, on the seat. The corpse with my face, crawling with maggots, turned its head and clapped its lips. "You stayed. Forever." The rear window cracked. His ivy-covered hand dug into my shoulder. The axe swung, and at the last moment I saw the real car 20 paces away, untouched. His left hand remained in his grip. I ran, bleeding, towards the iron silhouette. The keys. In my pocket. The door slammed shut just as the axe plunged into the roof. The engine roared. The road twisted like a snake, branches whipped against the windshield. In the rearview mirror, he was standing in the middle of the road, disappearing into smoke. But when I got on the track, the radio turned on by itself. A whisper broke through the static, becoming part of the engine's roar. "Did you think this was the end? We're in your blood. We're in your dreams. Come back when the bones start to sprout." At home, under anesthesia in the hospital, I had dreams. The roots are under the skin. The kidneys on the stump of his left arm. And his voice, coming from the depths of the wounds. "You're a tree now. You'll grow up. You will bloom." When the first green sprout came out of the stump a month later, I wasn't surprised. The pain stirred in the stump of his left arm as if it were alive. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, clutching a razor in trembling fingers. A green sprout from the scar throbbed as if worms were crawling under the skin. The doctor said gangrene, amputation, but I saw, from the window of the room on the third floor, his figure in the far corner of the hospital garden. The hood, the axe, and the same hoarse whisper on the phone when the nurse left. "You're my seedling now." The blade pierced into the base of the sprout. Blood splattered on the sink, but something else flowed out with it, thick slime the color of forest mold. The mirror was fogged up, even though the water was closed. The condensation ran down in letters. "You can't cut off a family." A knock on the door startled me. Sarah's wife's voice sounded unnaturally high. "Dear." I opened the door. She was standing with a kitchen knife in her hands. Her eyes were glassy, like a porcelain doll's. "He said that if I brought your heart, he would bring our son back." Her hand trembled, the blade flashed. "Kid. Our boy. We buried him 3 years ago after the accident." "Sarah, he's dead." She rushed at me with a scream. The knife was aimed precisely at the sternum. "He's in the woods. He was in the forest all the time." We collapsed onto the tiles. Her nails dug into my face. The scent of her perfume mixed with the stench of rot from my stump. The razor fell out. Her hand reached for the towel on the hook, wrapped it around her neck, and tightened it. She wheezed, dropping the knife. Realization, horror, and pleading flashed in his eyes. I unclenched my hands. Sarah's body went limp. Black dots appeared on her neck, where the towel had left a red stripe. Disputes. They moved, forming the familiar words. Come. Garage. Gasoline. A flamethrower bought after the forest. I drove, pressing the pedal to the floor, and reports of mass insanity were blaring on the radio. People within a radius of 50 kilometers from the Black Forest were cutting each other, whispering about a new family. The old entrance to the thicket now resembled a mass grave. Half-gnawed corpses hung from the branches, tied with vines like ribbons. The air was quivering with buzzing, not flies. Insects with human faces crawled under the collar, biting, leaving wounds in the shape of the letter J. He was waiting in the clearing. The axe stuck into a tree stump, on which lay a living carpet of hands. Dozens of hands, fused with fingers, stretched to the sky. "You're late." Jacob turned around. His skin now resembled bark. His eyes were knots with resin tears. "The roots are already in the cities." I pulled the trigger of the flamethrower. A stream of flames licked off his figure, but instead of screams, laughter rang out. A burning Jacob stepped through the fire, his hand digging into my throat. "You thought I was alone?" The forest around them began to move. The trees broke the roots, pulling them out of the ground like legs. The branches creaked as they folded into his arms. Hundreds of trunks with the faces of those who died here moved their jaws in unison. "We're away." The last thing I saw was the sky disappearing under the canopy of revived oaks. Jacob's voice seeped into my brain like a rhizome. Soon your grandchildren will be watering you, sitting in the shade of your branches. You will be the cradle of a new family. When the fireman found the flamethrower, I already had 42 rings in me. The last memories were dissolving like smoke from burnt nerves. I could feel the bones cracking as they stretched out into the branches. Fingers broke with a crunch of twigs, nails turned into thorns. The skin was bursting, exposing the wood soaked in blood and tar. A film of moss covered my eyes. I could see through hundreds of peepholes on the bark. Policemen with chainsaws, screaming people in protective suits, fire devouring the saplings. They hacked at me. The saw bit into the side, tearing out shreds of fibers. I wanted to scream, but instead of a sound, a swarm of gadflies with childish voices burst out of a crevice in the trunk. A masked policeman swung an axe, and the blow severed a branch, his former arm. Liquid gushed out of the wound, smelling of gasoline and Sarah's perfume. "Burn everything!" Someone was shouting. "The roots go under the city." Flames licked at the bark. I was burning, but I wasn't dying. I was getting bigger with each tongue of fire. My branches grabbed the fleeing ones, dragging them into the burning crown. A man in a hazmat suit got stuck in the fork of my roots. His screams stopped when the earth filled his mouth. Jacob was right. We are the forest. We are hunger. When the first child touched my burnt trunk, I felt the spores grow in his lungs. His mother was crying, clutching a small corpse to her chest, but within an hour her fingers had fused with the birch tree at my foot. We are growing. We're waiting.